Montpelier-Roxbury Board of School Directors at 4:36. Got a long agenda. I first want to welcome Miriam and Laura to the board and to a new school year. And I welcome everyone to a new school year. It looks like you've got off to a great start. I'm very excited to have both of you on the board, and this will be a marathon indoctrination because our meetings are usually not this long, and we've got some meaty stuff. So excited to have you on the board, and excited to have your participation and your thoughts and perspectives. So thank you for doing this. I know it's a big commitment, and I'm sure you'll do a great job of giving voice to your students, because that's really important to all of our decisions, and this is a super important role. So thank you both for stepping up. And then, Scott, I just want to make sure we have your needs taken care of. Are you planning to come in and just on remotely, or should we be checking with you remotely for the whole meeting? Because I know sometimes you get lost in space.
I'm driving to Boston right now and could think of no better way to keep my eyes open than participate virtually.
All right, perfect. I will check in on you every now and then to make sure that you're not getting lost from the conversation. Excellent. So first order of business is public comment. Public comment is for the purpose of providing the public an opportunity to bring issues to the board, to comment on matters that are either on the agenda or not on the agenda. We do not respond in real time, but the information you bring us is very, very important. And we also recognize that it can be difficult to come before the board. A lot of times people come with matters that are involve their kids or themselves, and we really appreciate the perspective and sometimes the courage it takes to come up and speak to the board. And if we do not respond in real time, that is just our procedure. But we do listen, and it does have a big impact on our decision making. So with that, I will open up to public comment. If you wish to speak, please come to the front of the room. So we have two. Yes, the person who's already up, and then Lisa.
Hi there. My heart is really racing right now. My name is Stephanie Delina, and recently I submitted my resignation. Before August 18th, it was the most unprofessional thing that I could imagine doing. The other unprofessional thing would be the abuse of power by leadership. And I hope that people who also want to speak will give me the time to read my letter of resignation. And that is to say, my colleagues and my community I've worked with and loved and served for 30 years. Here's my 30-year pin I was given in June. They don't know why I resigned. And I want them to understand why I resigned. So thank you for indulging me. Dated August 18th. Dear School Board Chairman Jim Murphy, I am Stephanie Delina. I began my career in education in the state of Vermont in 1987, teaching grades 7 and 8, language arts at Castleton Village School in Castleton, Vermont. What a wonderful new teacher adventure. One in which I learned along with my students, and that is a theme. In 1993, with a desire to return to central Vermont where my family lived, I applied for and was chosen from an application pool of over 100 to assume the position of 8th grade language arts at Main Street Middle School. I thrived in my new role in this progressive, always on the cutting edge setting, and learned along with my students. In 2003, when I felt the tug for professional change, I earned my master's degree in education through St. Michael's College. My thesis was about how to teach math at the middle school level in developmentally responsive ways, and I transitioned to a decade-long position as 6th grade math and language arts teacher. I learned along with my students. When again, the desire to remain fresh and engaged in my work pulled at me, I transferred to Montpelier High School, assuming what was my current role as Flexible Pathways Advisor. The passing of Act 77 and personalization, relevant, meaningful learning inspired me in new ways. working to connect students with non-traditional educational opportunities beyond the walls of a classroom, I learned along with my students. As I write this, a not typical resignation letter, please know that I'm very, very proud of the teaching and learning accomplished during my career, and I am as stunned as anyone regarding its sudden closure. Having now introduced myself to you, join me in a review of my last several months as a veteran teacher in this district. On April 21st, I completed my discretionary days form in hard copy. Discretionary days, for anyone who doesn't know, are 2 days we teachers must work outside of the other calendar days. Every teacher I know and love, and myself, work far more than 2 work days beyond the calendar. I used the MRPS current calendar hanging on my classroom bulletin board for reference. The form was due by April 30th, and with joint replacement surgery scheduled in the last month of school, I put no tasks off. I delivered the form to Val Belanger. I emphasize here, due to the nature of my work, I very often work outside of the school day schedule, a Monday through Friday framework, and I definitely must work over vacations. I get to know, monitor, support, communicate with, and about dual enrollment and early college students. I do the same for high school level online learners. Colleges and our online course providers, academic calendars do not align with our schools, and it has been my pleasure and my privilege to not miss a beat along with my students. The patterns of my work are well known by me. The form is not complicated to complete. I considered this professional responsibility taken care of, and I even shared the relief of this with a colleague, sweating to get his done on June 14th when he asked me if I needed to do the same. I'm so glad I did that a long time ago, I reflected, so I can just stay focused on my work. On the last day of school, June 15th, Superintendent Bonesteel presented me with my 30-year MRPS pin. It's a service award. I was in the auditorium with my peers. I admit the standing ovation was the result of timing, my award coming on the heels of another celebrant of a milestone that afternoon, but it was humbling nonetheless. I took a photo of my pin and the monetary gift notice, and I sent it to my husband and my daughter, who is now in this profession. Despite the blessing of an early day release to all by the superintendent, that day, I stayed in my classroom until approximately 4 o'clock. I share this specifically so you will know that if either Superintendent Bonesteel or Principal Gingold had wanted to talk with me, I was on site. No one stopped by, and when finished, I closed my classroom door behind me, anticipating the restoration, relaxation, and rejuvenation the summer months would bring. The following week, when I received my first summer payroll receipt, I noticed that the $500 service award was on it. Also, right below that, $738.20 had been deducted from my pay. I had no idea why. I lost nearly the whole day chasing down what this was, why this was, how this was, essentially with no prior communication or conversation with me. Superintendent Bonesteel directed our payroll employee to dock my pay for the 2 discretionary days. In a response, an email response to me, Principal Gingold feigned ignorance and empathy, saying, I understand the situation could be very stressful. I'm sorry, and I appreciate your patience. There was no ownership on Principal Gingold's part. I was told that Val was on vacation for 2 weeks, Libby for 3 weeks. I was sent by Mr. Gingold on a goose chase to talk with Anna Hipko, Superintendent Bonesteel's administrative assistant. When I did catch Anna in her office, because I was here on Friday, proctoring an adult online learner's final exam. The day after school got out, I was here. Anna turned to me and she sent me right back in the direction of those responsible: the superintendent, my building principal, his administrative assistant. Being treated, mistreated in this way by people in leadership positions, and in the case of Val, by a person I have trusted, cared about, and worked for almost 10 years, caused mental and emotional anguish I cannot adequately describe. Digging in my perennial garden, riding my horse, walking my dogs in the woods, swimming in my pond, lying in bed at night. No matter where I was or what I was doing, the pain gripped my mind and my heart, and my passion for teaching was stolen one day at a time. Superintendent Bonesteel met with the union representatives on August 10th, 2023, nearly 2 months after the action was taken. I was informed of the following agreed upon outcomes of that meeting. They are enumerated here as they were shared with me. 1, Libby acknowledged that you were not on the reminder email sent to all whose discretionary day forms were missing on June 14th. And that it is possible that your form that you recall delivering to Val was misplaced. 2, given the discrepancy around number 1, your pay will be restored if you submit a new discretionary day form. 3, she agreed to implement a more streamlined system for documenting discretionary days that will allow for more ownership by the faculty member for submission purposes. 4, in the future, she will schedule a face-to-face meeting with folks with a union representative present to inform them that they are subject to disciplinary action if they do not submit the paperwork. In closing, I reiterate that I am very, very proud of the many ways in which I touched the lives of Montpelier's children and they mine. I was not ready to retire. I did not do so when eligible in June of 2022. Did not accept the buyout offer from a little less than a year ago. And I looked forward to another year of service. However, I believe, and I believe this district believes, that who we are reveals itself when no one is watching. Superintendent Bonesteel, Principal Gingold, Val Belanger harmed me badly in a situation where one question would have made all the difference. Steph, we don't have your discretionary day form. Can you tell me about that? I will not work for or with those who operate in secret and fail to communicate, knowing another human being will be crushed as a result. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Take care of the place. 3 imperative sentences printed on most Montpelier High School related items. Administrators use them in letters, in assemblies that open school years, or to address the school community in challenging times. A plaque with them is set in stone between the parking lot and the main entrance. For me, the hypocrisy is overwhelming. Who took care of me? Time is a very, very special thing. Those who devalued me, disrespected me, underappreciated me, hurt me, and acknowledged my 30-year commitment to this district and 36 years in the state of Vermont as a public school teacher, publicly with a smile, while slyly directing payroll to slap me with a never before experienced deduction for professional responsibility I had in fact fulfilled. They will not be benefactors of one more minute of my time. My time will now be spent at my discretion, period. I have discussed my immediate retirement with the Vermont State Retirement System, and I am considering legal counsel on this matter. Respectfully, Stephanie J. Delina, formerly Flexible Pathways Advisor, Montpelier High School. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for your 30 years. Sorry,
My name's Lisa Berg, and I want to thank Stephanie. She is the only reason my daughter survived COVID at this high school. And you have my and her eternal gratitude, and I'm very sorry that this happened. I came here to speak today because there are 2 new school board members here. And you have a lot of responsibility and a lot of potential. And there will be amongst, I think, some of these people sitting here, another school board member that will be joining you today. And I would like to ask you specifically to take this job very seriously, because the adults in the room, all of us, myself included, have failed you. We have told you, this school board has told you that you suffered no academic loss from the year and a half where your education was impacted by COVID. And by doing that, they absolved themselves of the responsibility of addressing your academic loss. They have said that your decreased scores on all standardized tests are because you don't try anymore. And actually, they suggest that it is throughout the grades, from second grade through 12th, that students do not care about formalized testing, and therefore the results are suboptimal. And this board has spent its summer discussing how they can address this and search for ways, other metrics, other things they can judge to why you all, unlike the 78 other school districts in Vermont, not one of them, I researched this, I could not find a single other school district that claimed their students suffered no academic loss. Nor is there any other of the 78 school districts that continues to say there was no loss. That is one thing that they will be discussing, that you will be discussing in this meeting later today. Please keep that in mind. You deserve better. Another thing they will be discussing are the facilities here and their request for a proposal to get a committee or a group, a consultant to help them look into our facilities. And once again, the adults in the room have failed you because we have brought us to this point of climate crisis. And I think you all know, your generation, your people, your fellow students know that we have failed you. And this idea of placing a track anywhere on this area or maintaining and putting money into a building that is in a floodplain is ridiculous. Additionally, they have finally, as long as they have been working at this, which is over 3 years, come to the point of coming up with a non-binding net zero resolution. At the same time that they wanted to spend $2 million on a track. So I would say you need to be very cautious with what they are telling you and stand up. You, as representatives of not just the high school, but all the students, can do better than what they tell you as a Division III soccer finalist or champion. Your leadership can do better than reinstituting pep rallies and organizing school-wide social events. Stand up. It's hard work. And it's so sad that I have to ask you to do this. But these people desperately need your help. And ask your fellow students to help you to help them. Thank you.
Hey folks, Jim Eikenberry, parent of a track student athlete. A little surprised to be here again. I don't follow Front Porch Forum, so I didn't know that there was all sorts of hubbub out there in the world.
Better off for it.
Yeah, probably. So I'll try to be pithy here. So first off, I'm grateful for the excellent facilities that we have. And I feel like all the meetings I've attended the past year show a really great focus on our community, on maintaining excellent facilities here at the school. I'm very impressed with Andrew LaRosa and all the hard work that he puts in, especially with the Facilities and Energy Committee. Haven't seen anything track related on the Facilities and Energy Committee, so that's why I was a little surprised track stuff came up. The track is the exception in maintaining excellent facilities at the school. We all know it's been neglected for decades, and the board unanimously approved not that long ago to dedicate some funds to make up for that, to get us in a great space. So I hope that we stay on track with that and don't forget all of the people that came and testified in support of that, which is a very significant portion of our community. Two, speaking of floodplains, I'll tout my credentials a little bit. I'm a natural resources professional. I deal with permitting and floodplains on an annual basis and have for the past 10 years. When you're in a FEMA floodplain or FEMA floodway, a lot of things depend on what is your current use and then what are anticipated uses. And the main thing engineers care about and FEMA cares about is if you're going to cause a greater than 1 foot increase in the base flood elevation within a floodway. And so maintaining a track as a current use and as a slightly improved facility isn't going to be like building a Walmart there that could have an impact on downstream communities and their flooding. So I see it as a very appropriate use as a flood in a floodplain where it's already a current allowed use, as with the existing fields. It's the kind of thing that could withstand flooding. It's the reality of where we are. There's a lot of embedded energy in all of our facilities here, and there are ways to do better work to flood-proof them. I believe it is unrealistic to move our facilities. And I think it makes sense to invest in them and to make them more resilient to future climate change challenges. Three, there's talks out there about a potential merger with U32 and everything like that. There's been talks about that for decades. There could be talks in the future. I'd say if we managed it, merge with U32 tomorrow, it still would make sense to have a track here for the middle school who would likely use it, for the PE classes, for the community. I see great benefit in having a track improved at this facility. Hasn't changed, as I've shared. Prior testimony, I was almost in tears at times with the track teams coming in here. They had U32 track supporting them. The sheer number of students who support this, who want this, who know that it will benefit them is significant. And I spoke to my son and I asked him, why do you think it would be good to have a track? And he went right to social emotional learning, which is where the current metrics that you have available show that we have had deficits since COVID in social emotional learning. A lot of benefits to be shared. The principal gave a good talk last meeting that I was at, talking about all the benefits of that. I think that is just as valid as it was before. And big picture, I think is, there's a lot of discussion these days about intention and impact. And I understand there could be lots of great intentions for unassigning the funds, setting them aside for more rainy day stuff. But I think the impact of that will be significant to our students. I think all the testimony you heard from students, especially, is still valid. And I would like you to hold on to that into your minds as you have this discussion today. And thanks again for your service.
Great. Thank you. Good. Looks like we have someone on. Oh, James? Oh, there's two in the room now. Go. Yeah.
Hello, James Ray. I want to first join Jim in welcoming you two to the school board. What an inspiration to have from the high school community on the board. And I wouldn't normally have directed it to you all specifically, but since that can has been opened, I want to perhaps warm up the environment a little for you. You join a public service tradition in the state that is phenomenal. My father served in the Indiana state legislature, and his proudest moments in that legislature were when he would come home and say, "You fight the idea, never the person." And he was a Republican. I fell Democrat. It doesn't matter. His point was, we would argue in the well of the Senate all day long, and then we would go have a drink together. We would have dinner together, and that's how we got things done, because we did not cross the line of attacking people and attacking. And you have here I'll come back to Vermont. We have here in Vermont that same wonderful tradition. We have a governor who will have no problems in today's political climate standing shoulder to shoulder with Bernie Sanders or Patrick Leahy or Peter Welch, and giving them all due credit for things that they've accomplished at the national level for our state. And vice versa. You have Bernie Sanders and Peter Welch standing arm in arm with our Republican governor doing the exact same thing. I have seen that. I think that filters down to this board. We have a superintendent who I think is like an incredible, hardworking, fair, honest person, and a school board that is very much the same. And so I welcome you to this incredible tradition in Vermont. That's beyond Vermont, but I think it's special here, and I've really noticed it over the years. And I hope you enjoy that. And I hope you know, and now to the whole school board, I hope you know that you know, to be certain, we face a lot of issues now. Before the flood, before climate change got ratcheted up a few notches in our view scope here. Not that it shouldn't have before, but it has now, and we face some really tough issues. But I dearly hope that our community respects that tradition of challenging the issue and never the people. That hasn't always been obvious in recent history. And I call on the community to respect that tradition and to respect the people who have shown up here to serve, yourselves included, all of you. And I call, what was my next, excuse me. Oh, just to know that as these discussions continue, and this is, I'm for you and everyone here, you know, the silent majority. It's not everyone who is going to be on Front Porch Forum and other social media sites or elsewhere, turning up the heat, boiling the water, and making noise. And that's everyone's right to do that. But there are many other people for any number of reasons who aren't doing that, who we don't know where they stand. And I think to make assumptions on where people stand and assign numbers to supportive things without knowing where those people stand is unfortunate. And so I guess my point to the school board and to you two is, as these issues come forward, please know that the noise that you are most likely to hear probably doesn't represent the bulk of the community. And please know that, speaking as a parent, we as parents of students in this school have your back. And we have the back of you students who, whatever changes may need to come short or long term, that we will ensure that you all get to enjoy quality facilities, wonderful facilities, and an incredible learning environment throughout. I apologize for going on so long, but there it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? We've got, looks like at least one person on phone, and if you want to raise your hand, either yeah, I see Ms. Jones, and if anyone else wants to raise their hand, they can do it virtually, but it's like Devorah Jones. Take yourself off mute, please. Looks like you're muted on your end.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. So this is the first time I'm at a school. Oh, Devorah Jonas, Montpelier, Loomis Street, if that matters. So this is the first time I'm at a school board meeting, and I've been reading the things on Front Page Forum, but also I'm living in a city that's been devastated by a flood, and I'm confused about why we would want to spend $2 million on a track when seems to me there are a lot more urgent things that we need to do, like maybe fixing the water pressure, or so that our streets aren't constantly clogged, things of that sort. Yeah, I mean, not that it wouldn't be nice to have a new track, but it feels to me like there's things that are more critical right now. That's all.
Great, thank you, Devorah. And I do just want to clarify, because there's confusion now. The district money is not city money. So, so even if money from the district gets repurposed, it can't get repurposed for instance, a city infrastructure project. It looks like that is all for public comment. Next we have consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those, any discussion?
I had a couple of questions on the budget timeline.
Okay.
On there, it says that September 6th is the day that we are setting budget priorities and guidelines, but that's not really what we're doing today, is it? No. Yeah. Well, we're setting priorities. Goals that we could use for the budget.
I think that's how Christina interpreted it.
Okay.
We can revamp that language, but I think that's just how she interpreted today's agenda.
Got
with the
it.
Goal plan with the goals.
Okay.
I have to ask, genuinely, maybe the answer behind you, it's been really hard to hear, at least you two.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
apparently.
I said to Mia that I'm assuming that's how Christina, can you hear me, Ralph? I'm assuming that's how Christina interpreted tonight's with goals. With her business manager mindset, that she's thinking goals and priorities are the same thing.
Yeah, no, thank you for the reminder. That's right. We'll try to, I know my
I
voice,
turn it off, but.
my voice projects pretty well, but I'll make sure to,
I think it's this fan.
I think it's a fan right behind me.
Behind us.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any
Well,
oth-
I had an idea that maybe,
Yeah.
'cause there's a public forum on the 3rd of January, I think, in the timeline. And
Yep.
I wondered if maybe we could bump that earlier so that we could get community feedback on the initial budget. And then we wouldn't maybe have the forum on January 3rd.
That's in statute.
The forum on the 3rd is in
Yeah.
statute. I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's a requirement by law.
okay. Could we also do one that is a little bit earlier in the process to get some feedback on an initial budget? Because I know in years past, by the time we have that forum, it's pretty well finished.
I mean, what we've done in the past is we've kind of been part of the planning, try to actually go out to groups and get feedback and then try to get as many people to come into because the meetings are basically public forums on the budget when we set the
So
priorities.
remember what's not in, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you.
I'm sure that-
December 6th is the initial budget presentation.
Right.
Then the board hears a presentation of the budget until you vote to approve it. So you have 2 more presentations
Okay,
of the budget, which of course are public
Right.
meetings,
right.
right?
Yep.
And that's just not written on this page, but you'll have, because we present the initial one,
Right.
you ask questions of us. We go back and revise, we continue to get numbers to come in, like real numbers,
Yep.
not,
The
estimated
guesses, not the
number,
guesses,
yeah.
right, right.
And so those, you have 3 opportunities in public meeting.
Okay.
To look at that.
And what we could do is we could either like maybe move 1 or 2 of those meetings like a little earlier or maybe schedule it a slightly different time to give different windows for people to come in. We could move one of them into the cafeteria,
Yeah.
so we have more space. So I think we would probably play with our board meetings and make it more like a public forum.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You
I
can
think that's a good
also
idea.
move public, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, you can also move public comment after the presentation, so people can comment
Yeah.
on the
I think
budget.
we should,
Yeah.
let's keep all that in mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
I agree with Mia, though, it might be nice to like actually put it as a date here, because this is the public facing document. That people in the community are seeing, so we may understand that there's going to be 2 public meetings in which the public can come and speak to us about the proposed budget, but without it being like listed here as one of the options.
I mean, I suggest doing that on the 15th. To have the initial presentation to us so we can kind of digest it, then we can maybe kind of communicate out like the top 3 or 4 things it's doing. To, let the public know a little more about what the budget is, and then maybe have the 15th be kind of advertised as a meeting / public forum on the budget. Well, where we'll get the second presentation with some of our initial feedback folded in. We'll have some time to communicate out what we've seen, and then we can, get feedback then. Does that make sense?
Yeah, should be the 20th.
The 20th? Okay.
That's the second.
Didn't hurt to put something there to like hosting public forums, because we will go out to the senior center or to the parents groups and neighborhood gatherings.
So I do want to, I'm looking at our 23-24 year at a glance calendar, and Christina did it just slightly differently this year than what Grant has typically done it in the past. So on the 23-24 year at a glance board calendar, Jill, can you hear me over there? Am I talking loud enough? Yeah, all right. We have a public budget forum on the 3rd of January, but we can certainly move that to the 20th of December instead.
It's okay to move it. It just has to happen. That's the thing that's in statute?
No.
Oh.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. I totally told you the wrong information. I was thinking about the right before town meeting is in
Okay.
statute. I'm
That's the
sorry.
one.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. That was-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's
my
okay.
fault.
That's okay.
So yeah, the third would be the public forum. I totally messed
And
us
what
up
we
right
could
there.
do, and what we could do is have that on the 20th
We
instead.
could, yeah.
And we could say we're doing, like Jim said, after the initial budget presentation on the 6th, we could open up public comment.
After
After that.
I say we have public comment after all the presentation.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't sort of list it also on, you mentioned November 15th, Jim? What was the reason not to?
December 20th. There's not a meeting on the 15th.
Yeah, no, I misread that. That's the, looks like that's what we're getting.
That's a different
State.
step.
But we have a school board meeting on the 15th.
No, the 6th and the 20th, we have a school board meeting.
No, I mean November.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at December.
November, we won't be doing public budget presentation.
We won't have the budget, but could we elicit feedback on priorities? You know, earlier.
Yeah.
So that it could potentially impact the budget.
On the 23-24 year at a glance, on the 20th of September, I just kind of roll this over from year to year.
Yeah.
And on the 20th of September, that board meeting, that typical board meeting is planning community outreach for budget presentation.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't an official document, your calendar, is it?
No, I just want to tell you what we have done in years past.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know that it necessarily has to be changed or anything, but just for future reference, it might be nice to plug in some dates for community feedback so that the public knows when to be paying attention.
Yeah, excellent. Further comments or questions, we can adjust the schedule accordingly.
That's all. I've got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So with those suggestions included, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Or not a motion, but everyone in favor, sorry.
Aye.
It's been a while. Anyone opposed? Great. So next is new board candidates, and we have 3, and there's only one I recognize by face. So now just we all got your letters of interest. For one, thanks to everyone for being interested. Yeah, we really appreciate the people who are willing to kind of step up and take responsibility. It's you know, it's a fair amount of time and not a lot of compensation for it, but it's definitely very important work. And we appreciate everyone who's willing to put themselves in the role of decision maker. It's as you've seen probably with some recent decisions, a lot of people have very different opinions, and it's tough to muddle through, and it's it takes a little courage to put yourself in a position of responsibility and service. And we really appreciate all 3 of you for being willing to step up and express interest. And unfortunately, we're only going to be able to choose one of you, and all 3 of you look fantastic. And I also just at the beginning, for anyone who doesn't get it, we have elections every March, and we're always looking for community members who are willing to step up and serve and put themselves in this role. So thank you, and you know, unfortunately, we'll only be able to take one of you. With that, I don't know which order you want to go in. We have 2 Tims and a Jake. Whoever wants to step up first, just come up, let us know your interest, and we might ask a few questions, and then we'll go into executive session and make a decision. You're willing to stick around for the rest of the meeting. You won't be able to formally serve even after you're appointed until you get sworn in at City Hall by John Odom, and you can do that by phone too. But you're certainly welcome to participate in the rest of the meeting. And once you're appointed, once you get sworn in, you will be official.
May I just add, City Hall is on the 2nd floor of the senior center.
Yes.
It's not at City Hall.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. So by phone might be easiest. Why don't we just go front to back? Great.
Thanks, everybody. Jake Feldman, resident of Montpelier. And I sent you guys a letter today expressing my interest. And, you know, there's some wonky stuff in there. But before I talk about that, I should mention that I did my internship here in this building. I taught with Sue Beam, advanced placement statistics, advanced algebra 2, and an entry-level high school math class. It was wonderful. That was in 2010. I sat in this very room with Principal Peter Evans, giving us lots of great information. So I was a teacher. After that, I taught in Hardwick at Hazen Union for 2 years. It was super challenging. I have like an insane amount of respect for teachers, and they bring so much value to the community that, you know, I think that they're strangely undervalued, to be honest. I think a great teacher is an incredible thing, and we should do everything we can to make them comfortable and happy. So that's some of my teaching experience. I've lived in Montpelier for 18 years. Before that, I lived in the Northeast Kingdom. Before that, I went to Middlebury College, majored in economics. I have a master's degree in statistics from UVM. At the tax department, which is where I work with Jill, I work on education funding. So I know a lot about from budget to people's bills. I have that down pretty solid, but I don't know much about budget development. I don't really know much about the work of a school board. I'm very interested in learning. And so this shorter term through March would be, I think, a really good way for me to get some exposure. And I think that there's some value that I could add based on what I know from my job. I have a 6-year-old son who goes to Union. He loves it. It's a great school. We're so fortunate to have the teachers that we've had. Yeah, I appreciate the work that you guys do. I know it's incredibly hard. Yeah, that's my spiel.
Excellent. Thank you. So sorry.
Jake, thank you for that. I'm curious to know what you estimate to be the time commitment. Like, what's your understanding of it? Not what can you do, but, you know, just what do you think it is?
I did look at your board meeting schedule. Is it a couple times a month?
Mm-hmm.
And our board meeting is usually 2 hours long, but this one is 4 hours.
Yeah.
And so I think that's probably the baseline. And then there's special committees that form, and they probably have work outside of that. So I think it should be fine. And, you know, I do, with my son now older, I have a little bit more time. You know, some of you probably know with a very young kid, you know, time can get really super squeezed, but he's in a space now where we have a little bit more availability. We're getting more sleep, amazingly. So yeah. So I do have the time, and yeah.
Any other questions for Jake? Great, thank you. Really appreciate your interest.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here again. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tim Favorite. I've been a resident of Montpelier since 2014 or so. I've also been a member of the Montpelier Energy Advisory Committee since 2021, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Facilities and Energy Committee for about a year now, working on the net zero resolution. Got it drafted a couple of months ago, currently working on implementing it bit by bit. Kristen, Emma, Seiji have been a great group of people to work with. They've helped me feel like a real member of the team. So I look forward to working with them one way or another. yeah, I've also gotten to sort of witness firsthand the issues you all are grappling with. I feel like yeah, I'd be in a pretty good position to kind of hit the ground running as yeah, as we go, or after I get started. Other things about me, I'm a parent of a third grader and a first grader at Union Elementary. So yeah, obviously pretty well vested in the success of, not only their success, but their classmates and the community at large. So yeah, very interested in, learning how to measure that success. I know that's one of the issues you're trying to grapple with tonight, I believe. So yeah, and other challenges, besides net zero resolution, I know facilities is, the future of facilities is a big hot button topic. Looking forward to tackling that. And yeah, I think just engaging with the community, how can we, make sure they feel in the loop, feel like real stakeholders, and the decisions the school district makes, the school board makes. So yeah, I think I'm excited about the work that you do. I think I really appreciate everything you've done and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Excellent. Questions for Mia?
Same question.
Oh, so yeah, I know you meet twice a month, the full board. The facilities and energy committee, I can speak to that experience. It's about once a month, and I believe there's 2 or 3 committees everybody gets assigned to. So yeah, probably like 10-ish hours a month. I think I can manage that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, thanks for your interest.
Hi, good evening. Tim number 2, Tim Duggan. I sent you a letter and my resume, so I think you have a fair idea of my background. Interested in serving because I have a elementary school student and a middle school student here. I feel I've become more involved in and more sort of engaged in their academic adventure, and so I thought I'd give it a shot. But fortunately, I agree with Jim. I think you have 3 great candidates, or at least 2, and happy to answer any questions. 2 to 4 hours a week, Mia, is the answer to your question. And yeah, I work with a lot of boards professionally, so I'm very comfortable in that framework, and enjoy sort of working to forge consensus. So thank you for the opportunity.
This is for number 2.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Again, thanks to all of you for your interest to serve. We are now going to go into executive session for the purpose of considering a new board candidate. Anna has wonderfully put in the wording for that motion. So if someone wants to make that motion, it's on the agenda. And I can pass it to someone if they don't have it handy. Then we can break for executive session.
I move that we enter executive session for the purpose of discussing the appointment of a candidate for the vacant board member position under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A, subsection 3 of the Vermont statutes, the appointment of a public officer.
Do I have
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. We'll be back. You're not official. I mean, you could come sit in Scott's seat if you want to. Um, yeah. But don't feel obligated, because I know you didn't know the outcome and may have dinner plans or otherwise. And the only thing, just we'll assign you a mentor, and get sworn in before the next meeting so you can vote next time. So but thanks to all three. It was we really appreciate the service or the willingness to serve, and thank you for being willing to stack up and take a big job with a lot of responsibility. So thank you. So now we are on to board business facilities. I want to start this off with just kind of an update. Libby and I met with Megan Roy and Flordia Smith to talk about kind of where our two districts are at. As you know, they are also embarking upon a strategic planning and reorganization process that they're very invested in. I think a question they will be asking as part of that is what their district might look like as part of a larger district. Oh, so Megan Roy is the superintendent of.
I know who they are, but there's people that may
Yes.
not be listening and
Okay.
not there.
Thank you, Emma. That's important. Megan Roy is the superintendent of the Washington Central Unified Union District. Okay. Which everyone refers to as U32, but it also involves, the elementary schools there of Berlin, Calais, Doty, Rumney.
Worcester, Middlesex, Calais,
Yeah,
East
so
Montpelier.
it's our surrounding towns, plus the schools within those surrounding towns. And Lynn once served on Calais' board, right?
And the U32 board.
And the U32 board. And Florida Smith is the chair of the Wash Central board. And as you know, as was mentioned earlier tonight, topics, either closer coordination or merger between has been a conversation for decades. So we visited informally to kind of do a check-in on where their district was. We know they're facing, facilities questions. We know they're facing questions around equalized people and declining enrollment. Where it came out of that conversation is they are going through a reorganization and strategic planning process that they plan to emerge in spring. They feel that there is interest potentially after that process in having a broader conversation about where our two districts are at and where the future of our two districts might be. They do not feel the time for that conversation is now. They want to go through their process first. We are also, in the wake of the flood and some other things, looking, I think, to answer some facilities and other questions as well. So what we decided to do is that I would continue to stay in touch with Flor, Libby, and Megan talk regularly. And when we emerge from kind of the two processes that we have going on, one of which we're going to discuss tonight, we would meet as two boards in the spring and check in and see where we're at and see what potential next steps, if any, are. So I just wanted to appraise people of that. I know that's a potentially, big step, so that's kind of where we're looking. I'd love to get input or thoughts now, and obviously as we move forward. So, any reactions or questions?
Why is the chocolate still down there?
It hasn't migrated yet.
We're not discussing, right? You're not asking if we have questions around the RFP. We're just talking about conversations. Yeah.
Give an update of where just been. Yeah, that in the community. And I think our two processes with the equity weighting study, and I know, Wash Central is facing some financial issues. And we also, one thing that Megan, Libby, Flora, and I agreed on is we want our districts to both be able to grow and meet the needs of our students and progressively move forward on education, both from an educational perspective and also a facilities perspective, to continue to be able to invest in our kids' education, invest in their learning, but also invest in top-notch facilities that provide the extracurricular and daily facilities and grounds that they need.
Yeah, I really appreciate, thank you for just keeping relationships good with our neighboring district and, keeping open discussions and open minds about what the future holds for both districts and having, being forward thinking around how do we support each other if one or the other or both districts finds themselves in a situation where they're struggling in some way. And so I've always appreciated, the sort of like sister schools. And as my kids have gone through their district, I've learned more about how, opportunities are available at U32 for Montpelier students and vice versa. So it does feel like there's a real collaborative nature there between the two districts. And so I really appreciate, making sure that relationship is taken care of and fostered. And so thank you for having those forward-thinking conversations with them.
Oh, you're welcome. And kind of on that, I just want to, kind of mention how wonderful it is to have great neighbors like Wash Central, because, one of the, both Flora and Megan, I think, reached out to Libby and I with the flood and mentioned the possibility of, if we weren't able to get to high school up and running, we might be able to do something with U32 for temporary, classrooms. So, it's great to have two communities looking out for each other.
I would just also thank you for having that conversation. I'm the Montpelier-Roxbury representative on the Central Vermont Career Center board. So Flora and I serve on that board together, and it serves 18 towns in Central Vermont. And we're all serving the same students in very much our one community. And they're very much also going to be needing a new facility for the Career Center and for those students, including Montpelier students and Roxbury students who go to the Career Center. And there's challenges, right, with having physical location demands. And so I think it's great to keep that conversation open, because I do think there's some really exciting things that could be coming in the future for Central Vermont and serving all of those kids. And the more we're all talking, the less we're operating in silos. Yeah.
Brett?
Is it reasonable to describe the structure of that district briefly? Is it possible to do it briefly? Are there multiple boards? Am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, and I can do it very briefly. They merged as part of Act 46. U32 was a supervisory union with its own board, and Lynn probably knows this better than I do. And then each of the elementary schools had their own separate board. And
board members from each board ended up on the U32 board.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a totally separate board. It was just representatives from the other boards.
And there are 5 elementary schools that go up to 6th grade, and then they go into 7th grade at U32. I'll also say that I share, it sounds like the sentiment of Megan and Floor, that this would be something like a potential actual, to merge 2 districts is not something that just happens overnight. That it would be a years-long conversation that needs to be done thoughtfully and with a lot of community input, and that there would be no pending immediate action by either school district to sort of seek that out in the next couple of years at least.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the idea is to get together in spring, check in where we're at, see if it makes sense to have further conversations, exploratory conversations. And then, it's a very complicated process. It's going to require community input from every community involved, which is, all 5 towns around us, Montpelier, Roxbury, And there's questions about what the facilities look like, what the education looks like, and then there's a lot of questions about how the town feel, because it's a lot of tough questions, and it would be a long, involved community driven process, with a lot of information needed to be put out there and a lot of very hard things needed to be considered.
And it's not a new conversation.
It is not
a new idea. So the conversation has been held by these communities, in the past. And so I, as an individual board member, would be happy to host a new, thoughtful process to gather community input on that topic and to explore it as a possibility. But I just want to manage expectations around sort of like a potential, there's been people that are emailing and interested in that idea. And I just want to make sure that people understand the complexity of the process and that it's not something that we would just form a committee and do next school year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right. It's going to be very complex. It requires, again, like all 7 towns, I think, to be on board. It requires both districts to be on board. It requires a lot of things to work out, and a lot of things to work out that people have very big feelings about. There's a reason it's been talked about for decades and has not happened. It's complicated and not easy, and potentially doesn't make sense. But that's where we're at. We felt it was worth exploring where we're both at, and we'll see where that exploration leads, but it's not going to be easy or a snap of the fingers thing at all, nor should it. Any further comments or questions on that, and then I can tee up our facilities options. As you know, and we haven't really had time, I think, to dig into this deeply as a board yet. We had a significant flood on July 10th and 11th that I think exposed what we all knew was a possibility, which was that we have a high school that was built probably not super wisely at the time in a floodplain. We have a warming world that is upon us, where flooding events are going to be more and more frequent. While the school sustained a fair amount of expense and damage as a result of that, fortunately, it was covered by insurance, and we had a fantastic team that was able to get the school up and running so we could open. If either the timing was different, or quite frankly, if the water was a few inches higher, we might be in a very different boat. We need to kind of explore options going forward, because I think I share everyone's sentiment that we want a high school that's going to be safe and sustainable for our students. We want a high school that we can invest confidently. We certainly don't want to be in a position where we just leave the high school as it is and say, let's not build anything because it's in a flood zone, because that's a huge disservice to our students. It's a huge disservice to our community. But we also want to be prudent about making sure that the investments we make going forward are the right ones and are sustainable in light of what climate change has in store for us and in store for this site. Kind of what Mia, Libby, and I, and with some of you, Kristen, you and I have talked about it as facilities committee head, is we need to take some time to look at what the options for this site are and make some intelligent decisions going forward. And a lot of ideas have been put out there. Obviously, moving this building or moving the high school location is not going to be cheap at all. I mean, we're probably, if we really want to move the high school, we're talking about probably a $25 to $40 million bond, kind of based on what we've seen in Burlington and other places. That's not cheap. And then there's questions of, do we even have land for that in Montpelier? Like, where would that be? Montpelier is pretty small and pretty built. And if we keep the high school here, how do we make sure that we can invest confidently in it, and that it will be a building that, if floods are more frequent, 5 to 10 years, each flood is not going to shut the school down or cause millions of dollars of damage. So these are tough questions, or questions that obviously the whole city is asking. And we need to be, part of that discussion. So what we've come up with is to put up an RFP, to have professional consultants that are able to drive a process and crunch numbers and do research, help lead a community-led process, because ultimately this needs to be a process that's informed by the community, where ideas come from the community. It can't just be a community-led process, because we need the expertise and we need someone to synthesize it. So to put up an RFP to a consultant to come in to lead that community-led process, to take the ideas that come in, to pencil those out, to sketch them out, and to put together a report that we can have hopefully sooner rather than later, to start informing some of the big questions we have to answer about the future of our facilities, and how we invest in those facilities moving forward. So that is discussion around process. Obviously the track has become part of that. My suggestion is that we put that project what our options are. I think we all voted unanimously for that project because we felt it was a needed investment for our students. But I also feel that given its location, building that track as we proposed it without taking a good look at whether that makes sense in light of what happened on July 11th probably is unwise. So I'll leave it at that and let folks dig in. And then I think we have probably two motions, which is whether to suspend the track until that process takes place, and then also whether we give approval to Libby to put the RFP out and start getting bids in on that. So I know that was a lot. Jill.
I'm wondering if I see the language that's in the agenda says unassigned, and it sounds like what we really would like to do is put on hold or defer action. Can we simply do that? Because if we unassign fund balance, I feel like that creates uncertainty, and that feels like a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. Whereas if we are deferring action until such time as we have more information.
We can absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to, sorry, Jill, you done?
Nope. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I want to second that. I had asked a question in an email today that I didn't expect to get a response for because I sent it this afternoon. But yeah, just can we put the project on pause without unassigning the money? Just thinking about the immersive process that was over weeks and months to kind of arrive at a yes for the earmarking of that funding that involved a lot of student voice and a lot of community input. So just not wanting to lose sight of that and seeing the value. I know in that process personally, I became very convinced about the value of the track program in terms of its broad accessibility to so many kids of so many abilities and so many mindsets. And so I just want to keep that in mind, that I personally still very much value the track program, the idea of an improved track, but it seems to make a lot of sense to kind of let the strategic planning process run its course before we take action on that. And I think currently as it stands, in the last update from Andrew LaRosa of Facilities and Energy, the thinking was the RFP would go out in December. So we would be like pausing that process, letting this process run its course. And I would just also like to see us not unassign the funds.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Other thoughts? Brett?
I think the word unassigned is too strong a word, as Jill and Kristen were just saying. I also think that drainage, I mean, I think that the prospect of building a school somewhere is an interesting idea. It may be a 10-year project if it were to come to that, and it would probably be 4 years before we started the 10, it might be 10 years before ground was broken, and there may very well be other events. I think the outcome in this event was for the school district pretty, like, we kind of made it by the skin of our teeth in a way. I don't want to count on that happening again, but I certainly think that facilities are going to want access to whatever fund balance is there, whether that is drainage for other practice fields, current fields, anything around this area. And I would love to see a track. I'm 100% in favor of the track program and the idea of a modern track. I think our kids deserve it. I think the community deserves it. But there may be a lot of engineering work that comes along with drainage across the entire site. That may sort of, be a different way of looking at how the funds are actually used ultimately.
Yeah.
So the process point for tonight, are we taking each of these questions separately?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't have anything to add on the track question. I had more questions on the RFP.
No. Any other questions on the track? And then we can have the vote on the track and move to the RFP. Ella?
Yeah, I'm just gonna sort of like add my voice to the chorus here, but I just, I don't feel any need to be, I don't understand any decision, that the decision needs to be went without saying that we were going to pause the track and all other capital improvements of our facilities in light of what we learned about the flood. So I didn't feel like that maybe needed to be, and maybe that was like a miscalculation on the board's part based on the feedback that we've been receiving from the public. But in my heart, it felt like, of course, we're going to like sort of take inventory of what happened during the flood and then see how to proceed forward. And so I did not have any conversations, just for the record, with anybody on the board who was ready to plow forward with any capital improvement projects. And in particular, nothing around the track was discussed. So I just want to make sure that that's said for public record, that the school board had almost no meetings through the summer because of the flood. We came back for a very brief meeting. It was not, we weren't in any headspace or emotional space to be making any firm decisions. I don't think it would be appropriate for any of us to be trying to make any firm decisions anytime soon. And I appreciate sort of the breathing room and the time to step back and be thoughtful and reflective and learn from the professionals who know about engineering and field design and draining and, what makes sense for us moving forward. Our basement, I mean, I was impressed I only walked on the track today for the first time since the flood, and I was really impressed to see the condition of the track. There wasn't any silt. It looks almost exactly the same as it did when I last saw it in the spring. So I just want to be, I just feel like it's a good time to step back, take inventory. I'm fully supportive of hiring a consultant to sort of move us through what does the future look like with these. And just wanted to say for the record that I don't think anybody on the board was ready to plow ahead with any capital improvement plans, including the track. I agree with what's already been said around, I'm not sure that a vote really needs to be. I wonder if an official vote needs to be taken tonight on the track, or if the funds can just remain earmarked while we learn more.
You would just, since it's on the agenda, you would just vote no. With the direction that you suspend the track project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But would we have to make a motion in a second and all of that? Just because it's on the agenda?
My understanding of action, but I would look towards our parliamentarian.
I don't think we.
What did you say, Jill?
It says potential.
Doesn't get a second. It doesn't carry, and it.
Well, and it also says potential. It doesn't say.
Vote. It doesn't say a vote, like a
Yeah.
vote will be held.
I think give direction. Mira.
Yeah, I just want to agree. I was definitely wondering about how it would make sense to have any discussion about the track before we pursue the decision-making process about the high school. This seems like the most logical course of action. I definitely still support the track project. I also run track, so I might not be the most unbiased person, but this seems logical.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Scott. I saw you earlier and then yeah. Scott, you've got airtime if you want to use it. I don't know if I know you're driving.
Yeah, this would work. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. Yeah, I appreciate that we're having the conversation about both of these issues, but I think we are unnecessarily complicating the discussion. I think they're not the same question, right? The question about the RFP, I believe we will vote on that. I don't know that we need to, nor do I think we should vote on the track at this point. It makes sense to get the information from the as a result of the RFP. And I guess I just don't know enough about the fund balance. At what point does the board need to take action on that? And would it be prudent to wait until March to get the results of the study and then make decisions about any capital improvement, including the track? Thanks.
Yeah, those are good questions, Scott. We can definitely wait till March. We are not under any statutory or other obligation to move on the fund balance in any sort of time sensitive manner. So it sounds like what I'm hearing is there is a consensus of the board to give kind of verbal direction that we want to pause the track project while we do this RFP and then revisit it when we have more information. So, you know, no bids, no RFPs going out on the track until we discuss it again and give indication otherwise. But the commitment to building the track remains. We just have to see if it makes sense where it is now, and if there's other priorities that come up in this process that cause us to think differently.
And maintaining the $1.9 million remark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've heard a couple of people say it doesn't make sense to do any capital projects, but we do have some going on, like the auditorium at UES is happening. So I just want to make sure we're not like making too many blanket statements to confuse our administrators.
I'm not confused.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that.
I think it's
I meant in the floodplain.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's big improvements of this school. I mean,
Got it.
obviously routine maintenance, we're gonna keep mowing the lawn and we're gonna keep
Well, that's
fixing
not
the
this
lights.
is capital project.
Yeah.
But we do have a significant number of capital projects that our community has been waiting for,
Yes.
and we've been talking about
Yeah.
like window replacement and
Yeah.
the playground at UES. And if there is reason to shift those, we should have that discussion, but those are not wrapped into this
No,
conversation.
I think
just wanted to
right
be clear
now
about that.
the existing projects at our non-floodplain schools are still.
Great.
Thank you for
on
clarifying.
track. Yes, yeah, no, thank you. So,
I just think, I think, Jamie, you said this at the last meeting. I think it's really important we remember that 4 years of high school, while it went by fast, is a lifetime when you're in high school. And every year that we continue to have uncertainty or have challenging conversations that leave a sense of uncertainty when we've come out of 3 years of a pandemic, then we've had a flood, the locusts will be here soon, I'm sure. I just think it's really important for our students to know. Yeah, we had a fire. I knew I was forgetting another. We had a fire too. I just, it's heartbreaking to have to sort of continue to put off some of these pieces. And I'm pretty sure I have on pretty good authority that the theater department also lost a lot of stuff in the flood that was in the basement. Like, I think. Right.
but that we wouldn't not have plays this year because we've lost our theater stuff. So I just think it's really important. We still have students who are very actively experiencing high school, and we do have a responsibility to like provide. We can't just put off everything because the adults are like, you know, we are thinking big picture, which we should, but I also want to make sure that we are still providing our students what they need, and we're not just shortchanging everybody's experience indefinitely while we make these decisions. I hope that's clear, but I wanted to say that. Thank you.
And absolutely, I think that's one of the reasons we want to get this process moving quickly so we can have those answers, because I don't think any of us want to put investments in our kids on hold for any longer than they have to be on hold. Because you're right, Jill. I think, yeah, high school is a super formative experience, and we don't want kids waiting on things.
To that end, in a more immediate way, so can we just hear, so is the track currently safe and in use, like at capacity by the middle school and high school fall track program?
No, cross country.
Sorry, cross country.
Cross country doesn't use the track.
They don't use the track. So the track is not in use for the track program currently. Okay. But it could be, like, it's in, is it able to be used and accessed in its current condition?
Grade it and add the gravel back.
Okay.
I mean, it's not
Yeah.
unsafe right now. Now
Yeah.
I've walked on it.
Yeah.
I'm not a runner, so
Yeah.
I don't run on it.
Yeah.
But I've seen people when I pull up at 6:30 in the morning running
I
on
don't
it,
see
so.
caution, wrapped in caution tape, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
Yeah.
If you wanted a question from an answer about people who run track meets there, it's not inappropriate, I think the answer.
Go ahead. If
We
it,
did not run any track meets there this spring because the facility really wasn't safe to run all of the events that you would want to do safely from a track standpoint. And the sheer amount of volunteer energy it takes from an army of about 50 folks to try to get it ready so you could get a track meet there is really untenable. So we were able to partner with U32 a couple of times to run meets there. But that also was fraught with all sorts of issues.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It's just straight up back.
That was pre-flood. Yeah, the track events that were hosted by MHS and MSMS were at U32, which was very nice of them to do so. But you only want to borrow your neighbor's hammer so many times. Here.
I do. We do. Work out somewhere, but we don't need to. We can use the bike path. It's not urgent. Also, I want to thank Jill for that comment because, I mean, it definitely feels really long to me right now. And the lack of surety around these things is definitely a little scary. I mean, it's less scary being here and seeing the process, but I think there's definitely a sense of we don't know where our high school is going to be in a couple of years, and that is scary. That's scarier than we don't know if the track's going to get redone or not. That, I mean, it would be nice, but.
Other thing I'd want to add to I think Kristen may have been one of your questions. But it certainly has come through on Front Porch Forum as well. This idea that the track is a permeable surface as it is right now, it's not a permeable surface in any way, shape, or form, and we have engineering designs to tell us that. So the idea that the board eventually would be taking an impermeable surface where water can flow through, ideally, and making it a permeable surface where the water can flow through, and if we were to redesign it to make it, that makes it that's just not accurate. It is impervious now right now to water. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's been a topic of consternation, I think, amongst the public.
And you can see why I had that same thought with my driveway when we did that. I was like, well, it's gravel driveway. It's permeable. Right? No, no, not the way it's made.
I just want to, I don't know, because I didn't prepare to answer your statement that you just said about being scared about the future of the school, but I'll try to just, I think that the future of whatever the future holds for the students of this district, I think it will be, you know, a thoughtful process with only the best interest of all of the students in mind and with student input. And so I don't think anything would happen that the students weren't, you know, supportive of and welcoming of. And if something were to happen with some sort of future merger with U32, you know, first of all, it would take a long time. And then second of all, and there would be plenty of time for student input on that process for us to understand, for the board to understand how students really feel about the future of like a potential merger. So I would only see it as like, maybe try to keep an open mind of like, if there's any conversations in the future about merging, that it would only be an opportunity to sort of explore options and not, you know, something that would be done against the will of the students.
Yeah,
I hope.
I understand. I think we should, Alara and I can definitely work on continuing to communicate that with the students, because I think that would be valuable for people to understand that decisions aren't being made behind closed doors by big, powerful people, that it's going to be a long process and that people can have input.
And I feel like there has been some transparency about that, like in Mr. Gingell's like principal updates and the so and so, especially at the beginning of the year, which I actually kind of like to read sometimes when I'm bored. So, yeah, so I do feel like it is being communicated with the students, but maybe not as much as for people who don't actively seek out resources for communication. But we can work on that together.
It might be a good first assignment for
Yeah.
us together to host like a student forum to discuss some of the stuff that's been bubbling up in the community.
And we want to tell us in this process. And I also just want to reiterate, like, whatever the outcome of the process is, we will ensure that, you know, for each school year, the students are in a building that is functional and meets their needs. So, you know, if we merge with U32, it would be done in a way where there'd be like a smooth transition from, 1 year here to, moving to that high school. If we build a new high school, this high school will stay functioning and up to date and usable until that new high school is ready to be built. We won't, we will make sure that there's not, a temporary situation. I mean, obviously, if there's an event and the building's not usable, but in terms of like planning, we'll do it so it's smooth and students are getting what they need every step of the way. So moving on to are we ready to discuss the RFP? I'm assuming you've all read it. If not, it just basically asks for a community-led process, as I stated, with the consultant holding forums, collecting information, getting public input, and then putting a report that we would distribute to the community and also use as a discussion point to just discuss what our options are. And my guess is, depending on what the options are, we'd probably have a community process around vetting that option and making a decision around it. You just get darker in here.
Yeah. The sun probably went.
You're okay.
Just wondered if I was like fading. Boom. So, any questions about the RFP? I think the desire is to approve it so Libby can get it started. But if there's edits, amendments, general discussion points, we can do that, and we can have it hopefully approve it with kind of those line items indicated, so that way Libby can hopefully send it out maybe tomorrow.
I have thoughts, but I feel like I've been taking the floor quite a bit, so I'll defer.
I just wanted to confirm that what we're looking for at the end of the process is the recommendations from people who have done the research on the geographical and geological, have collected the community input and it'll be about all of our facilities, all of our buildings. It's not just focused on the high school because it's in a floodplain. And so we could have information that we could use for another question that's come up many times, which is how do we, what should we do, if anything, about Roxbury Village School? We would potentially have information that would help us answer that question as well.
Yeah, and I think it's structured.
Okay.
What was that, Jim?
I think it's structured that it's written that way right now. So it would be a holistic look. I mean, obviously, I think the high school would be a large focus of it because it's got a problem the other schools don't, but it would look holistically at, you know, those other buildings.
And would it also look at some of the, I guess maybe this is what would come through in the community input, is that ideas that are generated from the community, like merging with U32 or building a high school where the old Elks Club was, they would maybe investigate those and say, here's the benefits of those and here's the downsides of those ideas.
They would not have the authority necessarily to talk about merger. Because they're not working with U30.
Right, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, but I think they could explore it as a hypothetical. Yeah,
From our lens.
Yeah.
From our lens, right.
From our lens.
What would be benefits and downsides to Montpelier-Roxbury of doing that? And other ideas like buying any of the college buildings that are left, or, okay, that's great. That's what we need.
And it would be everything like looking, is there available land?
Yeah.
If so, how much would it cost? Where is it? Those type of questions.
Who can do all of that?
Architecture firms do that.
They do. Okay.
Yeah, especially those who specialize in school buildings. And
the community input process?
Yeah.
They could, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Truex Collins just did a huge community input process with Winooski to get they've renovated a building, but
got it.
It was huge. And also like contractors do it too. I think we'd be veering more towards architects, but
got it. Okay.
I have one more question about that also. Maybe it's just implicit, and maybe architecture firms, development firms kind of, have somebody in-house to lead that part of the work, but that part of the work does feel really significant in terms, like, we're talking about students and staff and community members. We're talking about many different groups of people. And I know right now, I think it says like up to 3 community engagement sessions. And I would wonder if we want to expand on that so that we can capture kind of all of the groups that we are intending. Again, it's sort of like a managing expectations piece. Like if we're saying via this process, we are going to substantively and actively engage these groups, can that feasibly be accomplished in 3 community engagement sessions? And maybe that's a question we ask them in some of the interviewing we do, but I would wonder if increasing that number would make sense given the breadth of engagement we're hoping to get. Thank you. So that's a question I have, and that could be, and I wonder too, just in the qualifications piece, could we specifically mention, that we're seeking a firm that has a just strong history and experience of doing that community engagement work? And specifically naming that. Because it feels like it's going to be a big part of what we're hoping to get out of it.
So the wording for number 1 is at least 3. I think that if more are required, that leaves wiggle room for that. Right? That's your first question. Do we need more?
Yeah.
So that at least 3 leaves.
Right, it can be beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For your second question around, should we add things for qualifications? If I channel my inner Andrew LaRosa, exactly, that's exactly what he would say.
Yeah.
He would say that people who haven't had experience with this work won't apply for this work, or that will come out in their application anyway. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So, and again, so the process will be, if this gets approved and it goes out, it'll also come back to like facilities and energy committee folks can participate in interviews such that we can kind of ask those questions about the community engagement work. Is that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
were we gonna think about timing? It's not in there. It says the final report should be presented to the school board at their public meeting on arrows.
Oh, he's on.
May 15th, 2024.
There's a time, time.
Yeah, the last.
It was at the bottom.
Oh, I thought that was part of our discussion. Got it.
Sorry, I just missed those arrows. Those arrows should read March 20th.
Who's making the decision on hiring a firm? Is it the board who will vote to approve based on a recommendation from you and Andrew, or will it go through facilities committee?
So if we follow the same process as the equity audit, it would make sense that the facilities committee would do interviews with myself and Andrew.
Great.
And then, with Andrew and I doing most of the reference checks and that kind of thing. And then we'd come to the board with a nomination.
Yeah. That sounds good.
So I was able to get a quick glance at this during the last Facilities and Energy Committee meeting last week. But I still haven't been able to really give it enough time to do like a really close read of it. So that's my sort of first overarching concern, is that this was provided to board members on Friday on a long weekend. I'm not sure that we've had enough time to really be thoughtful about the wording or you know, how we want to present this, how we want to move forward. I feel like I would feel better if we could postpone the vote until the next meeting. That would make me feel a little bit better, just to sort of sit with it for a little longer. I have two other questions. The first is just sort of something that we had discussed at Facilities and Energy. The piece in this proposal, or request for proposals, RFP, the piece in here that mentions or Roxbury Village School and like a process around Roxbury Village School. I worry, and I'm happy to be convinced, you know, otherwise, but I do have a little bit of a concern that we might be in a position of sort of over promising and under delivering for that process, the way that our constituents might imagine it. So there's people there's people that live in Roxbury where this is their community school. When they see this, I would imagine that there would be a flood of emotions around, well, here it is, here's the signal that they're going to consider closing our school. And so like, is that really the question in this RFP? And if not, I think we need to be very clear that that's not really the question. Or if it is one of the questions on the table, then are we able to hold a process with fidelity with the Roxbury community around what their future holds if one of the options that this company proposes is to close that school. So it feels, I just feel like sort of nervous around what it might mean to people when they read this. And I want to clarify that as much as possible in the language of the RFP so that people understand like what this process will hold for the future of Roxbury Village School. There's also, we've heard from constituents on the other side where it's like, you know, it costs more money to educate an individual student at Roxbury Village. It's an additional tax burden that should be explored. So will those constituents read this and think, okay, great, we're finally having the conversation. And are we actually having the conversation? So I just want to make sure that we're clarifying in the document that piece, and or at least at these open meetings, clarifying that piece.
I have a question. I know I'm supposed to direct things to you, but I have a question for Emma. Is it a separate
conversation, or could it be a conversation that is part of the holistic conversation of what is the future of our district?
It could be. I just know how committees have gone in the past around emotionally heated topics. And I just am not sure that this time frame is enough to hold that conversation with fidelity. And I also want to make sure that, that the Roxbury community is able to, maybe there's a concurrent process that's happening so that when this architecture firm goes to the Roxbury community for feedback, that they have already been having a process of community input and that they can present that community input to the architectural firm. I'm not sure. Basically my overarching thing is that I haven't had enough time to really understand what it means that the Roxbury Village School is included in this RFP. And all schools are included in the RFP, but it is sort of pulled out as a topic of discussion in the RFP. So I just want to have more time to sort of sit with what that actually means. And then if there's anything that we can do to the wording of the RFP to make sure that we're clarifying what the process, what we're hoping to get out of the process. If we're gonna call out Roxbury Village School and the future of Roxbury Village School in the RFP, I think it might lend itself to like a couple. I know Andrew wants us to be simple and to the point, but I think it could use one or two more bullet points about what we're actually asking to happen around that question, because it is a pretty big question and it's been brought up over the years by both sides of it. And then my other question is around funding. So I'm guessing that the money for this will come from fund balance. And I just want to get clear on sort of the numbers where we're at right now and how much discretionary funding we have in there.
I don't know.
That's okay.
Put it in there.
Afford it, right? But we had also discussed potentially removing the earmarked funds. That was part of our conversation.
Scott?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess I have a quick question and comment. I'm wondering, so the timeline as it's written in this draft RFP right now, if I'm not reading it, but if I remember correctly, and someone mentioned that the report would be back to the board sometime in March. And if that's correct, I don't see a cost associated with holding off for at least another board meeting, because any recommendations that would come in March would not be acted upon by the board, right? And so I agree with what Emma was saying. I do think getting an opportunity to be a little bit more intentional about the wording and give the board a chance to take a quick look to make sure. I also agree about I don't see the benefit to specifically mentioning the future of Roxbury schools in the RFP. I think the RFP is clear. In fact, the section right above it says, looking at all the facilities, which includes the high school and the Roxbury Village School. And so I think we would unnecessarily be stirring emotions by calling out the Roxbury School. I think if there's a decision to be made, that process would be separate and not led by an architectural firm, probably led by someone more adept in community engagement. But yeah, I just don't think that we should be conflating those two issues in this RFP.
Crystal?
Yeah, this was to basically piggyback both Scott and Emma at this point, but I do think, I think the language does feel charged. It feels like a bit of a cliffhanger. Feels like the fate of the school kind of hangs in the balance of this process. And I think that, a historical retrospective on kind of how RVS has also been thought about. I mean, there's been, kind of alternative complementary potential uses of RVS considered. This is before my tenure on the board, but including like an immersion language school, outdoor education, because the school has also been seen as an asset. It's a solid building. It's a kind of rural campus. So, I think any of this also, right, like there's no foregone conclusions. The reason we're engaging in this process is to like throw it all at the wall, get community input, to be kind of having these sort of deeper exploratory conversations, you know, at the board. And so I do agree that I feel like that wording needs to be finessed because it does feel like limited, because I feel like what we're talking about is like future use and potential educational, you know, opportunities at RVS. So it's not like, I guess future just feels really binary, like open closed. And I feel like that's how it's oftentimes experienced out in our community. And it is very triggering. And assumptions or, you know, assuming things is never a great, you know, response, but it certainly does happen. And I certainly want to be prepared to kind of respond to like, if somebody, when somebody watches this, here's, you know, this conversation, you know, to provide a response and be able to frame it for them. You know, I think the other historical piece, you know, and I'm not sure where this fits in necessarily, but in terms of the board's awareness of kind of what I call it the marriage contract, but the merger document, how it talks about in 2018, 5 years into the merger, that, you know, there could be a process to consider use of RVS, and any closure of the school would be determined by a vote of the school board. So I understand that that timing has now arrived, and so that's why it's feeling like this question is appropriate to have at this time. But I agree in that finessing the language and getting, I think I'm also most concerned with the capacity of this process to hold that conversation, have adequate community engagement and input, because it's really, really big for our community. That school is like the heart, soul, and hub of our town. It's where the family connections are currently happening, such that when our kids do come to the middle school and the high school, folks can figure out carpooling, you know, just the connections are being forged at RVS. And it's really essential. And there are the very real pieces of the cost, and there's the real pieces. I know it was a close call this year in staffing the school, you know, at the end of you know, this fiscal year and moving into this school year. So there are things I do have concerns that this process is going to be able to adequately hold that conversation. And I do wonder if another couple weeks of kind of finessing and ruminating and getting feedback would be advantageous to make sure that we're getting it right. So.
I don't have the same concerns that were just voiced by Emma, Scott, and Kristen, largely because what we would get at the end of this process is a recommendation from the consultant, and then the board would have more work to do. So the board would get a lot of different pros and cons, is what I'm imagining, for many different scenarios in this report and recommendation. And then we would have to decide which path are we going to go down first, with more conversations and more community engagement. So that's why I feel like it's okay to put this out there and then interview the firms and get started on the process, because there's going to be a lot more work to do even after it ends.
Yeah.
With that.
I mean, I understand the concerns hugely, and I mean, I was, you know, part of the merger committee, and I'm you know, very sensitive to how much that school means for Roxbury. And I mean, I think part of the reason I feel it needs to be included, and, you know, maybe we can do some finessing around language, is I think it's really important to get the information so the board can, working with both communities, make an intelligent choice. So I think what I see this is something that's going to give us a lot of information, both, you know, kind of hard information, you know, numbers, you know, the real estate situation, you know, also, you know, what climate change is going to look like for this building, and also a lot of community input in terms of, you know, how people feel about the buildings, what people's needs are. And then I think any decision based on, you know, the future of Roxbury, I would hope would be informed by that, not decided by that. And then we'd bargain about another process. I mean, what I don't want to do is not get any information about the Roxbury Village School because, you know, as you stated, you know, we almost had a staffing crisis this summer. We do not want to be in a situation with Roxbury either due to like a budget crunch or, you know, staffing situation where we make a quick decision that has a longer impact on that community. I think the sooner we make gaining knowledge and gaining information about how best to use that facility, both for the district and the community, the better. And this seems like a great opportunity to get that information and inform future actions and future decisions.
Really quickly, Jim, I absolutely agree with you, and that's why I really appreciate getting this RFP out there. I guess the question I have is, isn't it the same reason? The rationale is the same for the high school, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But the high school is not mentioned in the RFP, right? The section right above where Roxbury is called out, it says all of the facilities. So I guess I don't write RFPs and I don't read them, but I question the benefit of calling out one school in the RFP, and I can see some real potential costs. And so if you took it out, Roxbury School would still be a part of the study as a result of the RFP. And so that's the only the point that I'm trying to make is that all of the schools, inclusive of Roxbury, would be included in the RFP, even if that one sentence was struck from the RFP.
Yeah, the high school is specific. I mean, one thing we could do is if you're looking at the document, it's 1D, we could say district configuration, including the future of all facilities.
Potential.
Yeah, including the potential future uses of all facilities.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Too,
yeah.
I'm hoping that Main Street Middle School, I mean, and not to throw another log on the fire, but we've definitely been very aware that we have like kept it running, and it is not providing what our staff and our students need for that really important time as much as it could, because it's aging and it's bursting, and there are very real like traffic and safety challenges. So I like the idea of every building as part of this holistic look, because we wouldn't be able to look at one without looking at the overall. And it's sort of this.
I'm happy to list the schools so that people really know that we're like, yeah.
Does that address the feelings that it's being singled out if we took it out?
I just feel underprepared to make a vote. I mean, I don't know how much money we have in the fund balance right now. Exactly. I know that it's probably fine, but I would like to know the answers to that question. And I just would like more time to do a very careful read of this document. Personally, if others are ready to move forward, then I can just vote my will.
I mean, the expected potential range is $50,000 to $75,000. One of the things we should.
According to the auditor, we have a 200,000 surplus from last year.
600,000 after the 2 million that was earmarked for the track, I think, at least.
This price range.
I mean, if it can be done for that much money in this much time, it's a tall ask. This is a major ask. It's a huge ask. I mean, nothing drove home the dangers more than being days away from not having a 3-4 teacher at that school before a decision would need to be made to potentially send the 3-4 classroom to UES. That would have been a shock. That would have demanded action, and it would have been all kind of behind closed doors. And so that scared the whatever out of me. I really think that the extra $50,000 in a $28.5 million budget is, I don't know. I mean, that's not a real issue. It is challenging to do classes there, to teach well, I think. And I would like to know what are potential future what are the possibilities? But I'm also, this is the process right now. I don't know, I'm thinking of Jill's comments and like, this is a big ask of some firm to do this. And the longer we delay, the less time they have to do it well. The less time we have to get strong proposals, the less time they have to do the work. I don't know why. I don't know that we need to wait 2 weeks to change the language, that we can't just do it now. I feel like we're reasonable. It's not overly rushed. But that's kind of my personality, which has its drawbacks, and I totally fully recognize that.
I'm just gonna make a motion so we can decide either way.
I
move to approve the RFP as amended tonight in the meeting.
And as a message, amended is in 1B, it will be changed to district configuration, kind of, comma, including the potential future uses of all facilities.
Yeah.
Do you have a second? I think
Awesome.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm just going to abstain.
Do you want to, I was gonna ask if any abstentions.
I'm supportive of the RFP.
Yeah.
I am.
And I will vote as a yay as well. So 7 yeas and an abstention, but no, very fair, Emma. I definitely understand that.
May I add?
Yes.
No, I think your point's well taken,
Yes.
that, I mean, we're all busy people and the board is a lot of work. We get a lot of paperwork. And it would be good to have enough lead time to really consider things before we have to vote on them. I do hear what you're saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's very fair. I think we have a retreat now.
We're ready for a 2-hour meeting.
Should we take 2 or 3 minutes to?
Let's take 5.
Let's take 5. Okay.
We'll start at 7.
All right.
Okay, so we'll just have you hanging out. And if you've got something that you hear that you want to like respond to or something, why don't you, if you can do the raise hand function, go for it and we'll, yeah, we'll take it from there. We'll do the best we can. Okay.
That's all I can hope for. Likewise.
Great.
And I appreciate your willingness to incorporate me in the discussions despite my geographic liabilities.
Limitations. You got it.
Limitations.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then let's dive in, and with keeping that in mind, and we'll try and keep our eye on the screen. We'll start with just a quick recap and a kind of overview of how the rest of tonight's going to go. So as most of the folks in this room know, we at our August 9th board meeting was a 4-hour half-day retreat where we used all of continued the work that came out of the visioning work and the definition of what our vision is and how we accomplish the mission of the district to clearly articulate what we mean by our top 3 priorities of closing the academic gaps, safety, belonging, and wellness, and community engagement. And what we mean by those, including what we believe to be indicators of success within those 3 priorities. And tonight, the rest of tonight is a continuation of that conversation where we will set goals within those priorities, which, as we talked about on August 9th, the priority definition and the indicators of success are broad, and the goals are where we start to get very specific. And that's what tonight is all about. So I thought it would be good to start by just saying out loud, for the benefit of folks who maybe haven't been keeping up with the conversation at every step of the way, what those 3 priorities are and the indicators of success within them. And so I was hoping to get 3 volunteers to read one each. Read one. Great. Kristen, can you do the first one, please?
So the priority is to close the academic achievement gaps. And the indicators would be every student has the confidence and skills to achieve excellence and to support continuous growth along their learning journey. Systems are in place to measure, monitor, and support students on their unique path towards meeting or exceeding grade level expectations. Any barriers based on identity and socioeconomic status of students shall not predict academic success at MRPS. All students have the access they need to opportunities that will help them succeed. And our graduates envision a limitless path to their future and chosen pursuits of continued learning that benefits themselves and their communities.
Number 2 for us.
I can do that. Thanks, Jill. Belonging, safety, and wellness. All students, staff, and families, caregivers feel welcomed in our schools and valued for the unique history, identity, and beliefs that they bring to the school community. The environments, systems, and opportunities that foster student and staff wellness are present, successful, and thriving in our schools. Students, staff, and families, caregivers can expect to feel safe and have a strong sense of belonging and healthy connections to our school district. When circumstances arise that jeopardize the feeling of belonging, safety, and wellness, the district provides structures and systems to build resiliency. Resources are available to staff, students, families, caregivers that enable them to access their education, and school community members feel those resources are accessible for them.
You can read number 3 for us.
Ability. Our students are more likely to be successful when our whole school community is engaged in their education. MRPS communicates effectively in a manner that honors and recognizes families' backgrounds and connects family engagement to student learning to foster inviting collaborative relationships. Our families are valued collaborators, partners, monitors, advocates, and decision makers in their children's education. Success looks like a broad and diverse group of stakeholders who contribute to the school community and decisions that are transparent and accountable.
to set the goals within each of those three priorities. We're gonna follow the same flow as we did the last meeting, which is we'll break up into small groups, one for each of those priorities. And each of those groups will have 20 minutes to start to draft the goals within their priority that they're responsible for. Then we'll come back together as a big group to share and offer each other feedback. Then we'll break up into slightly different small groups so that who will take what was initially started and the feedback that came in the bigger session and continue to work through the draft goals, come back together as a big group to do similar report out and share feedback, and then break up into small groups one more time to revise and set the goals. Any questions on how that's going to go? All right. And for anybody following along at home, the documents that we're using for this are up on the board webpage as part of the materials for this meeting, in case you want to check them out. Okay. So then let's dive into the first round of small group work. Tackling closing the achievement gap will be myself and Jill. Belonging, safety, and wellness will be Emma and Kristen. And community engagement will be Lynn, Jim, and Rhett. So why don't I come over to you, Jill, and Kristen, you're gonna come over to Emma. And Libby, we would love you to float. Yep, like you did last time. And the third group, you can maybe gather at the table, the central table. And Jake, if you want to join any of the groups to, say and they offer their ideas. Great. Oh, let me grab my stuff. Don't trip. That, yeah. Keep my eye on that. We walk up there. We'll have 20 minutes in these first conversations.
Okay, great.
Answer any questions you got there.
Yeah, and then it's something I need to do with the alert.
Yep,
I guess.
so I'll start tomorrow. Let's go. And you can do it.
Yeah, we've got that up. Great. I'm gonna pull up the email that I sent for all those questions.
Yeah. So do that first.
Yeah, and as soon as you do that, then you can vote. That's the main reason.
Got it.
But other than that, then we'll be coming out with these.
Yeah. Oh, good. Thank you.
All right.
Right. Oh, sorry.
So yeah, so what we're doing is we're writing out our, we have sort of our vision, our focus, our approach, our values, and then these are the priorities and indicators for the next, 3 years. I think is sort of the timeline we're trying to go by. So
These are
we have,
evergreen
measures and then goals for 2023 to 2025. So being more specific about how we would measure those things.
Yes.
Is this something that the school board does periodically?
Yes, it's the first time we are doing it as the board for Montpelier-Roxbury, but ideally the things that are indicators of success would always be true, and then every 2 years or so we would come back to the goals and say, are these still the things we are putting more specific focus on? For example, one of our first draft goals is that 90% of all third graders, regardless of identity or socioeconomic status, end the year able to read at or above grade level. And one of the reasons that we've named that is that it's an important milestone in any child's education journey, is that, by that third grade point. And because it's one of the things that we've identified is actually could use more focus in our school community is literacy. especially in at the elementary school levels. So the question is, should that be a goal that like by 2025, we've gotten to 90%? Is that realistic in addition to being ambitious? It's certainly ambitious. So it's one of the questions we're going to ask Libby when she comes back is like, we really like the idea of that milestone and setting some kind of goal for that milestone, but is 90% the right number? Is 2025 the right deadline?
What percentage you're at? Reading level right now?
It's a little hard to tell. I went back and looked at our data. It's a little hard to tell because right now it's presented as school-wide for the most part, but if I could, it looks like maybe it's around like 2/3 to 3/4, maybe somewhere in there.
All right, so last question for me.
No, keep going.
And if it's very specific goal of 90%, and you knew that you were more like 65%, does that mean that like the school board somehow like allocates more resources or like first to third grade intervention?
That's one action we could take. Yeah. And it's another way we would use this goal is accountability of our superintendent and her team. Like, all right, what are you doing about this? And do you need more resources to be able to get to this goal? Yeah.
Right, and we just started like a new data tracking piece, and we have a new position who is actually like
ready.
He's like a family liaison. So he actually has taken on this chronically absent piece. And so we're gonna, and like, he literally will like go talk to families, he will reach out to kids, he will like arrange rides for them, because if the kids are absent, they're not here to eat or to get anything. So like, this is pretty high, especially for students in low socioeconomic, that bring lunch, that sort of thing. They tend to be much more chronically absent. It's pretty high.
Right now we're at 34%. 34 across the board, not just within socioeconomic class.
So that means 34%.
We want to bring that down. Chronically absent.
What's the threshold?
I think is it 18 days or 11 days?
It depends where you are or what part of the school. It's 10% of the school year thus far. So
Yeah, my kid is chronically absent. Asthma.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some of the coughing can be so intense that we can't.
oh yeah, mine as well. When Nick started throwing the data at me, I was like, crap, Lena's chronically absent.
So there are things we can now start to measure, right? So like if students are closing their gap and they can actually move out of special education services, that would be considered a success, right? So whatever we think that percentage should be.
So what I think I would love to hear from you, Libby, your feedback on some of the ones that are drafted already.
I think the chronically absent goes in the third, not community engagement.
Belonging, safety, and wellness.
Yeah,
Okay.
that goes in a different, that goes in a different.
Sure.
That's where we put that bucket.
Yep.
not in the
Makes
end
sense.
piece.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be one thought about the chronic absenteeism.
Oh, I don't have edit access on.
Access to that.
We could just make a note.
I think you have that access. Are you in this one, Kristen? Are you in this one? So you don't?
So some things that we know matter for academics,
Okay.
right? Ninth grade matters quite a bit, so there
Oh.
should be something in there.
Yes,
for
I
ninth
can, I'll
grade.
fix it.
Yeah, this is like a holding place for what that would be. I don't know what it would be, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it should be something around proficiency. So our goal internally is that all students will be proficient in priority standards or in grade level priority standards, proficient or above. That's how we're defining high levels of learning. So ninth grade would be algebra 1, right? Might be an indicator. English 1, general science. It's not called general science. It's totally mind blanking out right now.
I feel like it was
Integrative science.
integrative science.
Are the, and then I think it's like a global studies kind of course. Would be the 4 core content areas, right?
Well, oh, language arts is what the one I'm missing here.
Yeah, it's English 9. I think.
English.
Yeah. those are the core content courses for, I'd probably focus in mostly on the English and the math specifically. So that's an indicator. Another indicator for high school is the number of students who take AP courses. Right, so currently our data indicates that a tremendous amount with 42 kids taking AP coursework. Now, they may not be 42 separate kids, but we have 42 kids who are taking AP. They may be taking multiple AP classes, is what I'm trying to say. Christina Kimball's son takes 7 AP classes over the course of this year because he's like wicked smart.
Wow.
So, however, I can look at the data on my computer. I don't have it absolutely memorized, but 17 of those students qualify as free and reduced out of the 42. Right? So you might want to think of an indicator of increasing high level academic coursework. Like identifying factors should not indicate something around identifying factors should not be an indicator of whether or not they take high level coursework.
That's actually a higher proportion than I would have thought.
Yeah,
17. Yeah, out of 42. Out of 42, but really it's out of 35 if one kid's taking 7.
Well, other kids are taking multiple too. So I would just encourage us to look across the grades at, like the 3rd grade indicator, of course, is an important one, right? There's ample research to suggest that we want 3rd graders reading at proficient levels, grade level. Except we can, and we can't ignore what needs to happen here as well. It's interesting, it's changing. So because of the universal lunch, there's gonna be a longer answer to what should be a simple question, but you're a finance guy, right? Because of the universal lunches, the state has to come up with a different way to qualify that. So now they're using direct certs and it actually increased our percentage of qualified.
Oh,
yeah. So now we were like 18% across the district, 18 to 20% is a general thing that I usually use. Now we're more towards 30 across the district because of the direct cert. I don't think we're quite at 30%, but we're around 25 to 30.
Will that help us in the weighting?
It will.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Okay.
And the AP percentage, 17 out of 42 is higher than the 30%. So.
Right.
That's like
the proportion of
pretty remarkable indicator. Like that percentage of kids taking AP class who are in this lunch is higher than the whole population.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Another thing you could think about for the high school is community-based learning and flexible pathways. Who's taking that? Right. I can share some data with you right now if you want to just have that at your fingertips for that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I guess I wonder if we're doing pretty good on percentage of kids taking AP, then we don't necessarily need to set that as a goal. But shouldn't we set goals around things that we want to like improve on? What about passing
the assessment? Yeah. So that's the reason why that data is so fresh in my head, because Jason asked me to pay for the assessment for students who qualify. So we reduce any barrier to that. And so we're paying, it's a significant chunk of change to pay for those assessments. So we're putting 25,000 out of fund balance towards paying for the AP test this year. And then next year, Jason's going to work that into his budget. So those are just some thoughts to think for you all to consider. I'd say the big ones are 3rd grade literacy and math, our 9th grade literacy and math. The other thing to just throw in there is that we say all kids will have any choice available. So 4-year college should be a choice. And in order to do 4-year college to have that choice, then you need proficiency in algebra 2. So that might be the measure instead of algebra 1, just as that.
But maybe not the 9th grade, more just that high schoolers graduate proficient in algebra 2.
Yeah. And the 9th grade indicator may go better with belonging, safety, and that they feel like they belong to, high schoolers or 9th graders who are attached to the building, like Natalie, right? Super attached to the building, doing lots of things, lots of friends, lots of extracurriculars and co-curriculars. Like we're not worried about Natalie.
Right.
Right, it's the kid who's
Right.
super disengaged from anything.
Right.
So it may be a better indicator for social emotional learning.
And what was your thought about the one that I had seen in that article that I read that was like one school board somewhere who was looking at growth? And I was thinking also about Mike's comment in the June meeting that really an indicator of success is like, how are our students progressing? So this was just an example. 100% of students in our district would begin making 1.5 years worth of growth in reading and math each year. Those numbers seem very large to me, like every single student, and 1.5 year and a half's worth of growth seems like a lot of growth in 1 year. I mean,
yeah,
this school district was way far behind.
What I struggle with, and Mike and I have good debates over this, as you can imagine, two wonky people going after each other on this kind of stuff, not going after each other, but we get in good debates. Mike's our director of curriculum and instruction, just to make sure we're name dropping here. I think growth is a good indicator for students who are behind. I think proficiency is a good indicator for the board level.
Okay.
It's grander. Right. And so a kid who's reading behind, right? They need to make more growth,
right,
than a kid who's reading on level.
Yeah.
Right. And we want big growth for the kid who's reading on level. It's more of an urgent factor for the kid who's, I don't know how you write that as a goal. Because all kids growing 1.5 years, what if it's a second grader who's reading at an N and moving them to a Q?
Yeah.
Is inappropriate text for that second grader.
Right.
Like I wouldn't want them, the themes are too much for an 8-year-old, you know, like it grows in a weird way.
Right.
So that's my critique about that.
Yep.
Or my worry about that. And I wonder if for the school board, which should be way up here.
Yeah.
If it's more about proficiency. And then we have to say, then we have to get this number of kids growing 1.5 years.
Right, in order to meet this goal. And then how does that address the students who, who are at proficiency, but could use an extra challenge?
Yeah, it's the RTI stuff, it's the enrichment stuff, right? That remember the 4 questions, what do we want students to be able to know, be able to know and be able to do? So what are our priority standards? How do we know if they know them? Right, through our common formative assessments. What do we do when they don't, when they're not proficient? How do we react? What do we do when they already know them?
Yeah.
With pre-assessment, we're not great at that last question. But it's a question we're asking in our collaborative teams.
And should we set a goal at the board/broad district level about that? Or should our goals focus more on proficiency?
I think our goals should focus on grade level or above proficiency.
Okay. Okay.
That's simple. And that's the wording we use with the teachers. We're defining high levels of learning of all students being proficient in grade level or above proficiency in our priority standards.
Okay.
I think it's the board's discretion, and I would encourage you to focus in on the core contents of literacy and math for academic achievement.
So then what we're saying here. This is one, we still have a lot of goals under academic achievement. But this is one that I really liked a lot. We thought of this when Jill, Scott, and I had our small group back in the end of June. This was one that you brought in from the Career Center that I thought was really cool, which Jake, the way it reads is that 90% of students, regardless of identity or socioeconomic status, report that their teachers and administrators have high expectations of them. And that we would do that through more formal student surveys, I think is how we would learn that. But wondering what you think of that as a goal.
I think it belongs in the belonging, safety, and wellness.
Oh. Seems great.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I think you can take out F for that close their gap and move out of special education. I mean, yes, that happens occasionally, but when we're identifying a student with a disability, that's not something that we can, that goes away.
Right. Okay.
And I think, you tell me if I'm wrong about this, but special ed students are included in
Yeah, it's an
our
identifying factor.
90% of all third graders. So we would,
Yeah.
So
The rule of thumb generally with students with disability, or when people are like, the yeah buts for this, the question I ask people is, when that student graduates, will they be expected to live independently and pay rent on their own? Right?
Yeah.
That is 98% of our students.
Yeah.
We have a very small, that's 2% of our students will not. You
Yeah.
know, they will never be able to do that on their own, or
Uh-huh.
be expected to do that on their own. And they will have plans and support for the rest of their life, right? But if they're expected to pay rent at some point in their world, then they are included. And it's not to say the kids who don't pay rent aren't included, it's to say they have incredibly specialized plans and they will for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. And so what numbers would you put in here if we're gonna have a goal of percentage of students taking AP classes regardless of, do we want it to be higher than 42, or is 42?
So we
roughly
have
good for our,
we have around 400 students.
so that's around 10%, but except some of them take more. So it's a little less than 10% probably.
And that's not included of early college classes either. Like that number could be, I would include early
Oh,
college
sure.
classes, which I don't have that number
Yeah.
right now off the top of my head.
You could say
So-
taking AP and or early college.
I mean, I don't know if it's a big part of the job.
I think if we're up to, I mean, if we're 10% now, if we were to say 25%, still a significant jump.
Yep. Yes.
One of the.
Yeah.
We may be higher because there are kids who are taking.
Right.
So maybe 30%, you know, like I'd have to get that number from Matt to see. I don't think a whole lot of kids do early college, but certainly do some.
And how about flexible pathways and career? What would be a challenging but also realistic goal?
I think for that, it's not the number of students, it's the one that concerns me is which students are doing that.
Got it.
We have around 40 students doing flexible pathways as well, but.
So around 10%.
Yeah, and you know, I'm like, recommendation because like through all this,
So flexible pathways means that's not the same as the career center, right?
No, it's not. It's something like,
So that was our timer, time to wrap up
these initial thoughts. More work to be done, don't worry. Or more time for the work to be done, I should say.
I do have early college numbers. 13 kids doing early college.
Wow. Oh, right on.
None of them are eligible for free. Interesting.
It sounds like what we would be setting for the goal here, and then we'll wrap up and present to the group.
Just ideas too. You may not want those, but.
The flexible path.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
well,
just idea.
let's start there. And I think the way then we would word this one is there's like little to no difference between the percentages of our demographics and the percentages of kids taking advantage of flexible pathways in the career center. So like you were saying, 30% of our kids right now qualify for free and reduced lunch. Well, then 30% of the kids in flexible pathways in the career center should be kids who qualify.
So we have 30 kids going to the career center right now, and 6 of them qualify for free reduced lunch,
which is 20%, 1/5.
It's nice. That was impressive around 2,000 people. I wouldn't get shy.
All right, well, we're gonna.
That's interesting too.
No, we're just gonna put this here.
Head out of her yesterday at dinner because my daughter wants to go to cosmetology school.
Oh,
And she's like, is that where that she wants her education is over?
Oh
my God. No, Mom.
Not in the
It
slightest.
doesn't. Why would you encourage her to do that? Oh my God. Mom. Well, it's not 1960 anymore. She's not going to welding school.
She's watched Grease 120.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm just gonna write this so get it out there. Okay. Ready? Too bad. Just kidding.
There's a water fountain.
You found it. Okay, you did? Good. All right, gang. We've got the first set of priorities, so why don't we go ahead and go first? We did some refining of some goals that had worked their way into the conversation in previous retreat spaces, and also moved a few that we had thought maybe were appropriate for academics into belonging, safety, and wellness, to try them out there. So what we've got so far are that 90% of all third graders, regardless of identity or socioeconomic status, end the year able to read at or above grade level. Our ninth graders, we need a percentage there, are proficient in Algebra 1, Integrative Science and Global Studies, and English 9, though we're considering the idea of putting a little bit of a higher priority on the core concepts of math and English, or literacy at the high school level, which is why those are in bold right now. That 30% of our high school students are taking AP classes and or early college classes, regardless of identity and socioeconomic status. That there's no difference in our demographics of students taking flexible pathways and career center options. The options for students to pursue experience will prepare them for whatever choice they make after graduation. I think we didn't really discuss that one, in my opinion. I don't think we need that one anymore if we've got these others that address AP classes and flexible pathways. And we didn't really talk about F and G yet, so they're still there for the next small group to discuss. Initial thoughts, feedback for the next group to tackle on these.
How far are we away from a math goal for third graders?
Good question. It's hard to answer that question. The cognitive results are still embargoed, and it's a new assessment, right? So one of the things we'd want to talk about as a group is what assessments are we looking at? Multiple assessments. Our REN star data shows that we're closer. On that. Yeah. And we're working on getting a better diagnostic than our screener, which is Red Star, which is called the PNOA. And we just simply don't have that at the moment, but we're working on getting that diagnostic, which would give us a really good indicator of where our math students are.
So we want to get that goal in here when we feel measured, I guess. I don't know if we put that in or leave it out, just flag it in our minds. Obviously, it's not going to be left out. Whatever it is.
It also depends on how long the board is looking to work on these goals. Right, those are
any deadlines.
Yeah. Like that's pretty high bar, but depends on how long you're looking at it, right?
About 3 minutes for each
Yeah.
set of goals to talk with you back.
I mean, that's, oh, sorry. I mean, that's my big question, setting targets like that, just knowing it's not a random number, like what are we assessing it against? Do the assessments make sense? Is 90% a realistic number? Yeah, because if if like a rigorous test, if 80% of the rigorous test actually says that you're doing better than 95% of the kind of less rigorous or, yeah. Yeah. I think knowing what's behind our data.
But at some point,
Yeah.
we need to measure.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that,
Something has to happen.
and is that in your continuous improvement plan? Isn't that, aren't
We
those?
can triangulate the data. I think it would just be up to our team to show you where we are with multiple measures. And educating the board on what each of those measures actually measure. We're using a word too many times in one sentence.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I like the goals that are very specific with the, like the X% of ninth graders are proficient in algebra 1. I'm guessing that's gonna be reported out based on like actual classroom grades. So I like that those sorts of goals that are.
Our ninth graders are also the last year, they take the cognitive exam.
Okay.
Except for science.
But yeah, Kristen printed up Smarty again. So just like bringing it back to that, you know. And that one seems to be a Smarty goal.
S is strategic. M is measurable. A is ambitious or aggressive, aspirational. R is realistic. T is time bound so that it has a deadline. I is inclusive and E is equitable. So it's like a way of being like, oh, does it kind of meet all of these things? Great, then it's a solid goal to set.
Yeah, on the realistic component, like, for achievement gap, there's how is Montpelier compared to other school districts? Obviously you would want to be close or better than other school districts. And then also an achievement gap, it could refer to within our district are different groups of students, performing in similar ways.
Yeah.
So like you probably have studied the data. So when you say like 90% of all third graders, that sounds, in terms of it being realistic, like, and you told me we're at 65%.
And that's hard to tell.
Right.
The way that the data is organized right now.
So like in my mind, I think, well, how are other districts third graders doing? Are they at 90%? Because if they're at 90% and we're at 65%, that's sort of an issue. But are they at 50%? Well, we're at 65%. Then that makes that 90% seem stratospheric.
Yeah.
We generally score higher than most of our. Than the state averages on statewide testing. That's really the only measure we know how others are doing, is statewide testing. Because the other smaller assessments that are district decisions, they're district decisions. So people use different assessment measures and you can't compare apples to oranges. But the statewide assessment, you can certainly do that.
I do wonder about adding something here. About like a certain percentage of our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, et cetera, since that seems to be the real easily identifiable factor for scoring lower. And that if there would be some sort of, obviously it's already happening, but like something put into place to be like, we want to see growth with this population of kids. What was that?
But not English as a second language.
I learned a couple of minutes ago that the share of students taking AP classes who are on free and reduced lunch is actually higher than the overall share of students on free and reduced lunch, which to me is pretty remarkable. And is a major achievement.
This is good feedback for the next group who will be tackling the goals. I've made it a comment on the in the document, so you can see it there, these different pieces of feedback. Who had belonging, safety, and wellness? Was that the two of you? All right, where are you at?
So we made our notes up above. If you scroll up to our section, sorry about that. And we kind of tried to tackle like each bullet point. And we did take the notes, Mia, that you had sent and sort of started with that. So we only got, I think, really 2 bullet points in, but we did flesh out that first goal. So we were, and in the conversation, we started to wonder like, well, how many surveys do we really want to ask the administrators to do, or, you know, the schools to do in 1 year? Or like, is this for this school year or next school year? So I think that should be discussed. But we have for the 2023-2024 school year that we establish a baseline that data is collected both quantitative and qualitative from our 3 main stakeholder groups, students, staff, and families/caregivers, with 75% participation across all demographics of our community, and a particular effort to collect feedback from historically marginalized groups. 90% of families report feeling, and I guess that, sorry, I would want to edit that, but because the indicator is for students, staff, and families, caregivers. So 90% of stakeholders report feeling welcome and a part of our school.
What's an average response rate on a survey? And a good response rate is 30%. Right. We do not get 75% response rate from surveys.
Yeah, and we discussed that too in terms of just like qualitative versus quantitative, knowing that, you know, quantitative, when it comes to surveys, you probably hear from that same 30% over and over and over again. And where this, you know, priority is really talking about wanting to hear the perspectives of folks that maybe don't participate in the process in surveys nearly as much. So that's where kind of the qualitative gathering could be more effective in gathering that information, like the work that Nick Connor does, like the work that, you know, some of our like guidance counselors may do. They may be able to provide some more of that perspective. So yeah, we kind of wrangled with the qualitative, quantitative piece.
But it does still, even though qualitative or quantitative, we're still asking for in this wording 75% participation across all the demographics. So another way we could do it is sort of narrow in and ask for 75% of participation for marginalized groups. But then we started talking about like, are we going to be defining these marginalized groups? Like which groups are we collecting from? It also says across all demographics. And so that made me start to do like a spin out of like, okay, so is it every language that is spoken, you know, like, or every religion that is practiced, that we're wanting reporting out of every different potential demographic? So it,
right.
And we also can't ask people's religious preferences.
So it just, it gets very sticky, and it's sort of, so I'm open to reducing that number or finding a different, you know, maybe we're most interested in knowing historically marginalized groups. And so maybe we focus in on that for the first year.
The other tricky thing is the N size. So we can share demographic data generally across
all 4 schools.
Yeah.
I think that would be okay. Across district. Right.
Yeah, we just have to be careful how we share that out.
Yeah.
One thing I wondered about was if you wanted to involve and add community members to this too, because you know, a lot more people who don't have kids in the school pay taxes. So I think we want to have people feel welcome here. And
I think it's we could. I just, the way that this particular bullet point is worded, you know, it's welcomed in our schools, valued for their unique history within the schools. So like, I'm not sure how much community members in general, like sort of interface with the schools. They come to board meetings sometimes, but
talking about what do they do or what plays. or sports events, or, you know, that kind of thing. You'll get grandparents and folks who like sports, right? And don't have kids in school anymore, or that sort of thing. I mean, I think you want everybody to feel welcome coming in and safe to be here.
It goes back to the question about like how big of an ask, you know, with data collection. And once we go across all of the indicators, I wonder if it just becomes too broad. But
Yeah.
That was time's up. I'll think about it.
we really mostly talked about that first one, and that sort of is like the can of worms. Like we did start fleshing out the second one there. And then with the third one, we just copied and pasted from your email and didn't start.
How about community engagement and accountability?
So Jim suggested that we come up with a communication committee. He didn't define which committee it would replace, but he suggested that as a goal.
It's a suggestion.
Then we were thinking about using the bridge a little bit more. We started to use FPF at the end of last year with the summary document that Libby, you created with Anna. So the district effectively announces meetings ahead of time in publicly accessible media like FPF and the bridge, which I think we kind of do, but you know, Mia usually does it, but I don't know, you know. But I don't know if the,
Rich
you know.
gets the announcements, they just don't publish enough.
Frequently enough.
Yeah, for board meeting warnings, but they get the announcement.
We were talking about effectively summarizing meetings, which is what you started to do last year, which I think is really helpful because it kind of counteracts some of the noise.
Misinformation.
And then maybe sharing things, you know, taking out articles and, you know, right, like Jim, a couple times over the summer, he gave links to series of communications that went out about communication about the status of the high school. Kind of maybe summarizing the budget in a narrative article in the bridge, or putting that right in Front Porch Forum, summarizing things like the results of studies from this facilities effort, maybe summarizing anything, you know. I mean, the flexible pathways presentation was pretty wonderful. Maybe there's a way to put some of these things in the bridge in a narrative form. Just some of the things that we're getting, that we're learning, kind of putting it out there, especially the bridge, because as Lynn is saying, you know, it comes out twice a month and it can kind of sit around and people will flip through it and take their time with it. It's not like the Argus that if you miss it today, it's, you know, you're on to the next one tomorrow.
The Front Porch Forum where there are 1,000.
Yeah, Front Porch Forum is a little bit, goes a little bit fast. It could even say, look out for the bridge article. Or just ways to put some of the presentations that we're getting into a format that people can consume.
Do folks in Roxbury
Well, we have
read the bridge? Does it come there? No, okay.
We have the newsy.
In Roxbury, which is the newsletter in Roxbury, and that's widely distributed, and that's like mailed to everybody's home. It's not like you just pick it up at the gas station if you're cruising through, but it's mailed to everybody's home.
The other thought about Roxbury is there's 4 posts in one FPF each day, and there are 3 Montpelier posts in FPF each day sometimes, and all 3 have +7 postings at the bottom of the list, which is just exhausting.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the draft here. Any thoughts or feedback on these?
I'm saying that and I have no offerings what.
I mean, the one thing that I keep coming back to is some kind of paid advertisement in the bridge that has a link that people click that gives us data on who clicks, on how many clicks it gets.
We do
Which we could
data on our
get,
social media accounts.
yeah,
You-
so
you
we
can do
could,
something with that.
and the bridge would probably be able to report back on clicks too, right? I mean.
I'm
is
not
that-
sure because I'm not
I
sure about
wonder.
that. I'd have to ask them.
Plus, some people read the bridge in paper form.
Right, which is not gonna. No, but it's gonna, you know, I think there's a portion of the population that's not gonna get a lot from Front Porch Forum and they're not gonna click on a lot of links.
Yeah.
That the paper form is still important to get out.
And last year, the principals sent surveys that spoke a bit to communication and engagement. It was in their newsletters. But that only goes to families with kids in the school. It doesn't speak to community members. We don't have kids in the school. I think we could figure out how to measure it. I think I agree. I think these look like the ways that we accomplish it, like the things that we do to accomplish community engagement, but they're not the goals that we're striving for. And so I think we have to figure out, like, what is it to us that would mean true community engagement? What are we looking for?
I really enjoyed the effort that was made around during COVID, around ESSER funding, community listening sessions, and it was done around the budget too. But like, so Amanda really sort of like, I feel like she helped push the board to host the more community engagement sessions, listening sessions, affinity spaces. So I think we could put that as a goal, like that the board will host X number of listening sessions and affinity spaces throughout the year.
Aren't those still like how we're getting done though? And instead of like what we're accomplishing?
Improving community engagement and quality of information.
Yeah. And I think what we're wrestling with is like, how do you actually measure that?
Hey all, I just want to say really quickly, thank you for keeping me company. I gotta go.
All right. Good luck, Scott. Take care. Engagement. Okay, well, that's good for the next group to think about. So the next groups tackling these are Jill, Jim, and Kristen are on closing the academic gap. Emma and Rhett on belonging, safety, and wellness, and Mia and Lynn on communication and community engagement. And Jake, you can hang right here, or you can join any of the other groups if you want to. And we're going to do this for 15. You're with Jill and Kristen. Yep.
Person texted me like, and the real question, where's
Okay, so do we want to revisit the first one that I read with an eye on, is 75% too much, or do we really just focus on marginalized communities, or how, you know, like that? Or do we move on to the next one?
Well, I don't know that we can, I don't know. I mean, how do we include all demographics? How do we even measure that? And how do we address the diversity that we wanna kind of support and gather in a goal where we can easily over promise, because I don't know what all demographics is.
Can we
I
just
don't-
remove the word all? You know what I mean? Participation across demographics of our community.
Yeah, makes.
And then like,
Yeah.
I mean, because we talked, Kristen and I
we
talked
could
about
break it
defining
up.
which demographics the board would be interested in learning about. But like, I don't really feel comfortable doing that either. I sort of feel like we don't need to get that granular, and we
Yeah.
can just sort of trust the administration to like take this and figure it out.
We're gonna break it up as much as we can.
And trust her to figure it out.
Um,
What about, and then what about just dropping that to 75 to 50 as an aspirational goal? If we're,
Has the school district tried to survey before?
yes, and the board has too.
Uh,
And
That's what the survey is and how much we get back.
At the state, we do crazy efforts to get participation from each department on the employee satisfaction and
Right.
engagement survey. Like, we're like, your commissioner will pull this crazy stuff and get X percent.
shave the beard,
Oh.
They're not showing
Yeah,
Pie in the face.
right?
right.
Okay.
I don't know.
And
like
have you,
gimmicky.
and have you,
Yeah, our
had
department is
success?
above 90%, and it's because of like the gimmicks and the constant pressure.
I mean,
I'm not worried about the staff because. we
Right.
just Give it during a faculty meeting and say, this is what you're gonna do.
you
right
give
now."
them time to do it. And like students could have the same thing, but then when we talk about families and caregivers, then,
That's where it breaks down. a little bit, Yeah.
right. So if we say 50% participation, can that be inclusive of the staff and students? So then therefore we're sort of covered. We'll probably will get to that number.
So that with staff. Because I'm assuming you're talking about a certain age student, right? Because,
Right, like we're probably not going to be giving this to kindergartners.
right, so if I add up all of those people, you're looking at.
800.
No, you're looking at probably 800 students.
Oh, right, yeah. To get to the 50%? Is it six? How many
So
students do we have?
15.
Again,
So you're looking at about 800 students. I don't know how many families because of family makeups, right? I don't
Right,
wanna make
yeah,
assumptions.
yeah.
And
And how many
then
staff?
I got About 250, 300 staff on, right? So 50% is easily around 800-ish, 900-ish if you add in families. That we have never received a response of 900 people.
800 students and how many staff? Wait, there's 1,200 students.
We have 1250, yeah.
1250. 1250, and then how many staff?
250.
250. So, right, 1,500. So really, if we can get 50% of that number, 700. I mean, so you're thinking we can get a much higher response rate from the students and the staff than we can from the families. And I'm just saying, if we got like 80% from students and staff, and then only got, 30% from families and caregivers, then we would probably be at that 50% number. Do you know what I'm saying? If we like word it right, it won't have to be 50% of families and caregivers.
I'm just pulling up a couple surveys that we've done before that got high response rates from parents, but that I just know got high response rates.
Yeah.
Fine. So here's NHS June COVID survey about how the year closure went for that, just as an indicator. the questions around like, what were the positive characteristics of schooling during it? What were the biggest challenges of schooling? In the event we are told to return to part-time or full-time remote next year, what would you like the district to consider? You know, like time questions, right? And we got 108 responses from families from
Representing
400 students.
Representing 1,250 students.
No, that's just MHS.
Oh, only
And
MHS.
that was an incredibly high response.
So that's like
rate.
25%.
I'm just trying to look at like what other surveys that I know we got good response rates from.
You think 30 is a aspirational number?
You know, when you design the surveys, like, you don't, it's actually, you don't have to survey everybody. But the important part is getting a representative sample.
Right.
And so like, even if you got to like 60%, that doesn't mean it's a good survey. Because the 60% may just be the same parents who are engaged all along, and the 40%
right
who aren't engaged, you know, so it's like, it's more about like survey design.
And the way that it's worded, it's like all students, staff, families, caregivers feel welcomed in our schools and valued for their unique history, identity, and beliefs that they bring to the school community. So I do feel like it's speaking to this particular indicator is speaking to historically marginalized groups. And so that's where I was getting at, is like, maybe we only put the participation qualifier on historically marginalized groups.
But can you identify historically marginalized groups? Like,
right.
Because they have to self-identify.
And I don't, if you're marginalized because of your drug habit, I don't see you're probably.
Well, that's where we're talking about all demographics. Like, do we list every single one?
But I mean,
Homelessness, drug addicted, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just
but
like
I mean,
gets
that's-
into a rabbit hole.
But that's like, there are certain groups that you're not gonna get much of a response from.
So how do you all suggest moving forward with this goal? Because I understand I agree with everything that's being said. And now I just want to sort of like figure out a way to word it to make sense of it.
If you, like, I mean, the goal is to get a representative sample from the different demographic groups. You know, that's obvious, but like the how of that is super hard. I don't know how to that's hear back from, you know, from everybody.
Maybe that's a fair way to say it.
And but we don't know, so someone else is going to have to tell me what is a representative sample, what percentage is a representative sample.
Yeah, I mean, like, so, it's like, that is like how accurate you want to be, you know? And then you like kind of set what amount of people you want to hear back from. Like if you said that I only want to hear back from one person, then that's going to be problematic. That's not going to be accurate. So it's like you have to build out like what's the number that I need to get the accuracy that I'm looking for, which is like a statistical question,
right?
But I don't know. It can be done if the community of parents is 2,500 overall, you know, then you can do the math to figure it out. Like, I don't know if this is heading in that kind of a formal direction, but like can be done.
You know, we give families, it's 12, right?
Right.
I just found a survey that parents literally had to choose between virtual or in-person learning, which was by far our highest survey response, and we got 1,100.
Out of 1,250.
Yeah, because they literally had to tell us where they wanted to go as well, right? It was
How many hundred?
We have not gotten anywhere close to that with any other survey, but that was literally, Jane, where do you want your kids to be next year?
Yeah. I hear you. What about the, like if the school is issuing the survey and it's not coming from the board, you can reflect on demographic information that you know to be true, that's private, that this would be an anonymous survey? Right, but I mean, so if someone self-reports on this survey that they're like BIPOC, and you see, you know that you have 200 BIPOC students in the district or something, right? Then, and 200 people report as being bi. I'm just wondering like that, I'm trying to answer that piece of it.
You can't, I wonder if folks in charge are.
Yes, I feel like I am. And I want the answer of how to move forward that makes you feel comfortable and like that this is gonna work. You know what I mean? So I'm happy to take for you to take the lead on this if you feel like you have wording that's gonna work.
Well, maybe you just say, with a particular effort to collect feedback from historically marginalized groups, 90% of stakeholders report feeling welcome and a part of our school.
90% of survey respondents.
That's good.
And just delete the whole part about, I mean, I also feel like this is year one of this goal. It's like, let's just see what we get. And then next year, a goal could be like, we want bigger survey participation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How about just with participation across demographics of our community?
Yeah, I mean, I think with numbers, then we can start adding or being more specific about it.
Like, I think we won't have met this goal if we don't have some respondents self-reporting as BIPOC and feeling welcome and part of the school. Do you know what I'm saying?
So we have. We have. 43. People who identify as Black, white in our district. Like, just so you get a sense of where we are.
Yeah.
We have 63 who identify as Asian. We have 28 who identify, 28 was 18, so 6 who identify as Hispanic, 2 who identify as Hawaiian Pacific Islander, and 5 who identify as American Indian.
So kind of like 150-ish. Yeah.
And can people identify as multiple, or is that not only one?
And this is from the way the state requires us to report it, which is problematic and has been pointing out to us multiple times. Like CG, for instance, Mike's and said that he's sending a board meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know what to check.
Which box to check.
Yeah.
You know, there's like the assumption that you're going to get underrepresentation from those groups, but do you know that that's true? Like maybe you send out the survey and you find that they participate at just a higher rate.
Yeah, it's just this sort of like anecdotal, you know, like institutional memory of sending out surveys and not getting a high response rate. And so like engaging the community has been something, and that's why it's one of the main goals is like, how do we get community engagement? You know, so it has been an issue.
Hispanic.
So you would kind of want.
So
like,
either Hispanic, people
good
who identify as
response rate
just pure
and
Hispanic or
strong.
white Hispanic, those are the two choices. It's
Or from each
18 identify as Hispanic
identifiable
and 28 kids who identify as white Hispanic.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to word it. I don't really know that that's true. Like, I don't think we need like different ethnic groups. I think it could just be BIPOC as one of the demographics, you know, but it's like Libby is saying, like, it's going to be hard. Like, how do you word that on a survey for not just like, how do you word like people who come from a lower socioeconomic group, right? So like, if you make less than XYZ, like how do you ask a student that? That's not going to be a demographic that we can report out on, or religion. So it's just going to be a tough one.
At the beginning of standardized tests, they asked that. it's optional, but it's like, do
Yes.
you know, and same with census, it's like, do you identify as white, black?
Yes.
So maybe it's
Yeah, we
valid.
can ask those questions to students, but then the other, like asking students to self-identify in terms of gender identity, I think tricky at times, like. You have to keep everything anonymous and it's all self-identified when you're getting in there, right? But gender identity, for instance, is always going to be self-identity, right? We would never track that.
We already have some surveys that have a whole section of self-identification stuff that has come out of the equity committee.
Yeah.
So I feel like we can like take those surveys and copy and start. That would be a good starting point.
Yeah, we have ways to do it.
But
Is the families that report free and reduced lunch still reduced because of free lunch?
It's like, you're gonna hear this tonight. We now have a different measure. It's direct certification. And that comes from multiple areas. It actually increases our free and reduced lunch population.
I'm
So
not surprised. I mean,
do you guys want to see if we have any time to discuss the second bullet point? So the environments, systems, and opportunities that foster student and staff wellness are present, successful, and thriving in our schools.
Yeah.
So we talked about like how it's also challenging to define what does successful and thriving mean, and you would want that to be reported from a variety of stakeholders and not just, a member of the school community, like a member of the administration. It's like, yes, we have these, assemblies and they're super successful. We want our students to also be like, yes, I love.
all right, we're coming back together. Thank you, Jill, for looking at me so quickly. Thank you. Thank you for being right on.
Teacher.
We're good, go.
All right. Thanks, Libby. Let's keep it the same order. We'll start with closing the academic gap.
Want me to take it?
Sure.
Yeah, you go ahead. Swallow. A lot of work, this one is starting to really sort of come together. We talked about some possible gaps for some of the other age groups. It's pretty high school heavy right now. We've got the third grade piece and but that we thought we wanted to sort of look more into, are there other grade level pieces we'd want to talk about? We also massaged the language about students at the high school level who take AP classes in early college or who take flexible pathways and career center options. Because what we're trying to get at is that we want that portion, that makeup of students who take advantage of those, to not be based on socioeconomic status or demographics. So I think we came up with a pretty elegant terminology that the percentage of students taking advantage of those is proportionate to the student body demographic makeup, basically. We also tried to get at, did I just do something? Nope. Tried to get at the piece that a few of the groups have talked about regarding students on individual education plans, that on an individual level, that it does seem like it's a priority of the administration, and a better measure is sort of on an individual level, the students who show that percent of improvement or progress, so that we're not just saying, yes, they're proficient, or no, they're not. But if students are making progress towards proficiency, that would be something we'd want to try to measure. And Kristen put a good note in there that we might want to find out from the pros and administration how best to phrase that. I think that might have been as far as we got.
And then the last one, we just added a note with like, discuss the challenges of getting the hold of, seniors in their final week of school when they are completely 2 feet out the door. So in terms of getting a sense of what graduates' plans are after high school, is there a way that we can lean on the guidance office for is that information collected like via guidance that we could lean on that versus getting surveys to kids who are feeling long gone? Yeah, at that point.
Great. Okay. Thoughts on this new iteration of these goals?
Libby, question for you. Would it make sense to have metrics for other elementary school levels or middle school students? Or really is third grade and ninth grade the major milestones? If, yeah.
I think that third grade and ninth grade are major milestones. Yeah. So, and we are an interdependent system. So I think that's fine. Yeah. I would hesitate on the percentage of students on IEP, show percentage of improvement, because I am not going to look at a parent of a student on IEP and say, you're not included in that percentage, right? I think it's an interesting piece to say, show percentage improvement of progress on their IEP goals. But I expect all students on IEPs to make progress on their goals, not just a certain percentage of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the X there could be replaced with 100.
We're just taking out, right?
Right.
Students on IEP show. I think it's a hard measure, as Peggy Sue has said, because we'd have to figure out a system to do that. Because right now, in order to do that, we'd have to go through every IEP and every goal that's stated for every child to show it. So that's not realistic. We would have to figure out how to do that. Or to give you the information that indicates that we're showing success in that without having to go through every goal on every IEP for every student.
Do goals on IEPs have a time frame, like within
Yes.
30 days?
Not within 30 days, but yes, they have timeframes.
I think part of the idea, like speaking that out, was to kind of highlight. I still kind of hear Mike Berry from that meeting and talking about like progress. It's, you know, yes, it's proficiency, but it's the progress piece that's also really important. And I think I heard leftovers from like the last conversation was that, you know, we're never going to have 100% like say at grade level, because one of the markers for like getting on an IEP is that you're not at grade level, right? So we certainly wanted to be like, you know, oh, it's, you know, our students on IEPs are, you know, receiving special education services or like dragging the number down, but we want to be able to highlight kind of that, you know, the progress that's happening there, and the positives that are happening there, or the next, whatever it needs to reveal so that we can better support it or fund it or what have you. So that was like the spirit of including that, but whether it's possible or sensible.
Insight from Peggy Sue, our expert on this, on how to best frame it is a good idea.
Great. Any other thoughts on the?
I still think the ninth grade indicators ninth grade is important. I wonder if ninth graders, and we talked about this before, I wonder if it goes in belonging, safety, and wellness, because it's the ninth graders who are really connected to the building through co-curriculars and through academics are the things that matter most in that age level. And we know that Algebra 2, as I said in another group, Algebra 2 is an indicator for four-year college admission. And so knowing those benchmarks for academics, it might be Algebra 2 that kids are proficient in. And the ninth grade piece belongs in the SEL world.
So we moved one to the SEL that was, or the belonging, safety, and wellness, that ninth graders indicate feeling and being attached to their school community, but you're talking about the one that's still up here.
For academics.
Academics. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I might make that Algebra 2, which includes ninth and 10th graders.
Okay.
Potentially. And you're not going to be proficient in Algebra 2 without being well on your way for proficiency in Algebra 1.
Right.
They're interdependent. And then English 10. You could just, to make it simple, you could put English 10.
For 10th, again, now we're talking about 10th graders.
Yeah. Because the indicator for ninth grade is that they belong. They feel like they are connected to their school community or groups within their school community. That's the important factor.
And 10th graders proficient in Algebra 2 and English 10.
Yeah. And after that, why are you laughing at me, Jim Murphy? Look like you're laughing at me. Oh, okay. After that, after 10th grade, kids really spread out and do so many different things. Right. So it makes it hard to measure, give you one measure, because 11th graders have multiple choices as to what they take for their English class, for instance. Does that make sense? Whereas 10th grade is the last year that we are pretty much mandating which courses they're taking, for English and math.
All right. Any other final thoughts on closing the academic gap?
My brain might be missing it because the time of day, but I'm wondering, like, does this capture kind of like a benchmark that indicates how well we're doing, or and it seems to do that, but does it capture closure of achievement gap?
Well, if you're saying 90% of all third graders. Right, and we do have the language in there regardless of identity or socioeconomic.
Okay.
You can't get to 90 without closing that achievement gap.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I think the language on making sure it's kind of proportional across.
I see it on that one. I guess I was more just talking about the one that we were just discussing.
I mean, the 90% on achievement gap, it could be, I mean, that could be our gap. I mean, it could be, the 5 to 10% of students that are struggling are that 5 to 10% that, and what's the gap between the 90 and the rest?
Okay.
Well, so I'll just echo again my question about like somehow including free and reduced lunch, because that does seem to be the major indicator of the gap. That's where the gap is.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So in our last question round of this section of our goals, I had suggested possibly framing one of the goals to include free and reduced lunch in some way as like a data collection point. And I will just reiterate that I feel, I mean, maybe Libby can speak to this, I don't know, but like when you've talked about the academic achievement gap, you said it's very predictable based on certain factors. And one of the big factors where it's predictable is free and reduced lunch. So why aren't we naming that in one of our goals?
Free
Okay.
reduced lunch.
Regardless of socioeconomic status.
And the demographic ones, that's what we were definitely meaning.
Because I feel like maybe that's where we would pull from what Mike Berry was saying about progress instead of at grade level. You know, like maybe we say a certain percentage of a certain grade of students who are on free and reduced lunch, improved by this percentage. You know what I mean? So just measuring from where they're at, are they making progress instead of blending their data in with everybody else and saying 90% of them. Yeah. But if it's too challenging of a data point to pull from, that's what I would want to hear. If it's like, doesn't make sense to pull that data point out.
Without kids who qualify for free and reduced lunch.
Like you have that
it's inclusive of
and
it.
another goal. You know what I mean? Like not try to reword this goal.
Yeah, I was debating I debate this with Mike all the time. Because I think proficiency is a good indicator for the board. Because kids need to grow at different rates in order to reach grade level or above standard, right? And so that becomes really complicated at this level, which is big, right? Which is big, broad umbrella. It gets really complicated to say, how do we show that? And if a third grader is reading at a end of kindergarten rate, I don't want that kid to grow a year and a half. I want that kid to grow 4 years, and it's going to take a long time to do that, right? It becomes very kid dependent. So I personally think for a board level discussion around what our indicators are, I personally think that percentage or proficiency is a good thing to look at for you all. Mike will disagree with me, which is
could it be a yes and like that's a good thing to look at, and it might set some of our hearts at ease to know, well, we've also made at least a half a year of grade,
I think that's our job to tell
improvement.
you the story on.
And
So
we don't want to name it as an actual data point.
I personally think the board, less is more from the board. You have way too many right now. And so less is more. And we have to tell the story. So if these are 3 to 4 year goals, then, and we're trying to get to 90% of third graders, then it might be part of the story that we say, look, this year's first graders finished the year at, I don't know, 70%. This year, at the end of second grade, they're finishing the year at 85%. We're almost there. Like that's a growth measure. That's part of the story we need to tell you. Or if it's going the opposite direction, we're like, we haven't figured this out yet. We got to figure this out. Like we're aware of it. That's all part of the data story, right? But like, I think less is more here. So I've thrown out lots of ideas at you. I think the board has to decide which is the most important one or two that you're really looking at.
Yeah.
All right, food for thought for the next small group. Let's move on to belonging, safety, and wellness.
A lot of progress, but we did finesse the wording of that first bullet point again, that in a way that we think makes more sense. So data is collected, both quantitative and qualitative, from our 3 main stakeholder groups: students, staff, families, caregivers, with participation. That word is new. Instead of putting 90% participation across demographics of our community, and a particular effort to collect feedback from historically marginalized groups. 90% of respondents, that's a new word, before it said stakeholders, report feeling welcome and part of our school. So we think we had buy-in from our leader on the wording of that one. Right.
We still like the absent bullet, and if we're gonna think about 2 or 3 goals for each of these, is that where we should be going? Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that we're trying to finesse each one. And it may be, if I had to say, based on what Libby just said about 9th graders, a percentage of 9th graders indicate feeling and being attached to their school community. That's a big measure. That and the absentee, and then the respondents. And those are achievable, potentially.
What's a certain number on like 9th graders indicate feeling like 2 of them, all of them?
Sorry, which one?
The one about 9th graders.
Talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like we did talk about, Krista and I talked about this one, the 90% of students participate in some kind of co-curricular activity. And we felt like there was like an equity piece with that not everybody is, has the opportunity to stay after school to participate. So maybe, I like Rhett's idea, or it just seems like we should be sort of shooting for like 2 or 3. Yeah. So the last one, I don't know if teachers and administrators having high expectations of our students necessarily evokes a feeling of belonging, safety, and wellness. So I'm not sure that belongs there. I feel like it was moved from academic achievement. Sorry, what? Yeah. But maybe it just isn't one of our high priority ones.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay.
All right, we will go to share what
I mean, what might be belonging is instead of like have high expectations, like they feel that their teachers and administrators are invested in like their success and well-being. Like they care about them.
And paying attention.
Yeah.
Yep. That's an idea. All right. So then the community engagement and accountability, the draft goals we've landed on are 90% of caregivers report that their children's teachers and school community communicates with them in a way that invites collaboration and respects them as advocates and decision makers in their children's education. 75% of all community members report an understanding of our district's goals for student achievement. And 50% of all community members report feeling that they are a part of what's happening in our school community and welcome inside our buildings.
So I'd go back to a quick Google search, told me that, believe it or not, but multiple sites on that Google search said that 30% was a good response rate for any survey. So how will we be able to report 90 or 95%?
Oh, the sheet of respondents.
On stack.
It's of respondents.
Okay, then, okay. Well, yeah, it doesn't say that.
It's not worded that way.
Yeah.
Right. That would be.
I felt like Jake had a pretty good point with, it sounds like you might have some experience with collecting data, but around,
higher survey rates.
but also the representative sample size thing was the thing that I sort of glommed onto. Like, what would be a representative sample size of our students? You know, and I don't know the answer to that, but maybe we can find out. And maybe that can be the goal instead of just putting numbers out there.
What if you asked for people to report on their peers?
On their peers?
Like on their peers. Like if you asked third graders to say what proportion of your peers feel safe or something like this.
It's not a
Because
reliable survey.
no, but you're gonna get the same 30% all the time. And maybe you get those 30% to do the work. I don't know.
I
You know what I
can't
mean?
report I'll speak for my parent. I can't report what other parents in my kids' school districts feel about the school. Do you know what I mean? Like, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like thinking about kids, and 1 out of 5 is gonna answer every survey, and they could talk to their 5 buddies, maybe, or something like this. I don't know.
Yeah. Other thoughts on the goals? Numbers that are there, how they're worded.
How would we get community members? How would a survey go out to community members?
Can you say 75% of responding community members?
Community members' emails. How does the
Yeah.
survey go out to community?
Front porch forum.
That will be a fabulous response.
Yeah,
I'm
not sure that that all of our data has to come from surveys of people self-reporting. Like, I think a goal can still be like, we host 5, listening sessions, and they're attended by more than 25 people each.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Like, it doesn't have to always come from self-reporting surveys.
I also like the idea of asking people to say whether or not we're doing a good job, and then just counting the number of responses, not what they say. Just the number of responses, not the quality of the response, just the number of responses. I don't know where that would go.
And
Could go in
even,
Frenchburg Court, it could go right on the bottom of the template. How are we doing?
even the like
Score.
summarizing,
Five.
sorry.
Yeah, just
I think also even like, summarizing meetings on Front Porch Forum, like that is a data point that can be measurable. It's like we provide summaries of 100% of our meetings on 3 different sources, community sources, you know, including Roxbury.
We just don't know what impact that has unless we hear back.
Right, but we know that we're putting it out there.
Yeah.
I think we can measure more impact by like, you know, attendance at things. But I still think it's a smart measure. Still think it's a smarty goal to say, we're gonna put out, you know, 4 newsletters throughout the year advertised in the Bridge or however many.
I get really worried about things I don't have control over. And as I think Jill said it in one board meeting, if people don't know what's going on, they're just not paying attention. You know, like I can put out blogs, podcasts, like, and you are my listeners. Thank you. You know, so it just doesn't, I get nervous about goals that I have no control over. And I have no control over members of our community who don't have kids in our school reporting an understanding of what our goal, they may not be, that may not be something they're clued into.
We also have a goal of how it actually affects people. I mean, we can plug the holes and the obvious holes, you know, I mean, you know, one thing I think was legitimate was with the flooding in the high school. We were doing a great job of giving information to people who had some sort of connection to the school and very little, you know, outside. And we can control that, but you know, we can't control whether people click those links and read them. But we can make the information available and make it broadly available and available in like multiple, you know, formats. Yeah, and we can, you know, get out and do a good job of announcing, or we can do a really good job of announcing forums. We can't drag 25 people in for each of them. I mean, a lot of that depends on, you know, see if an issue's hot, people find it. I mean, like we can do a good job of reaching out, but I mean, if everything's going swimmingly and people aren't up in arms, they may not give up a Wednesday or a Thursday night to come and talk about it.
Emails that we receive and our response rate to those emails. That each email like offers the person writing the email like some sort of resource to actually be involved beyond just emailing. So like the response can be, thank you for your thoughts and here's what we're doing. And also we're hosting this community listening session. So like there could be like, you know, 100% of emails are responded to and 100% of responses include a method of engagement for that person. There could be some sort of like negative data collection, like the thing that we're experiencing right now with a lot of feedback about one topic. Like we could sort of start tracking that type of thing when we're hearing from the community that they do feel left out of decisions, and we're hearing that. So that's qualitative data that isn't like 75% of blah, 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 but it's like, yes, we have heard from our community that they feel disengaged from the track decision and they're unhappy with that right now. So now we need to work with them to make sure that they feel heard and understood and engaged in the process. So there could be something, I'm not sure. Right.
Right, which a lot of times there's 0.
Yeah.
I mean, so we may not like necessarily where it's heading, but at least people are
engaging
about what they want
in the process.
Right.
I just think we want to be really careful about pleasing everyone. I don't think that's an appropriate goal. I think that's an unsafe goal. I think that's a dangerous goal. I think that that's a very slippery slope and takes us in the directions that we don't have any control over. If people want to run for the board, they have every opportunity.
Yeah, but I agree. making sure that the information and the opportunity for engagement is out there. But if people want to ignore that and then come in and call us a bunch of idiots, I don't think we need to stop on a dime and necessarily accommodate each and every one of them. I think we have to be a little realistic about, providing opportunities for engagement, making sure the information is out there, and not just out there to the parent and caregiver community, but the community as a whole. Making sure we're seeking that community input and doing it methodically and in a process-oriented way, but with the expectation that people that are going to ignore it and then get mad that they've ignored it and point the finger at us, and that's going to happen.
Jake, what were you saying?
Just a couple things like, as a recent outsider now on the board, like the things going on Front Porch Forum, it's like terrible. It's social media, and it's a terrible way of gathering opinions. It's like it's efficient way to disseminate your opinion, that's for sure, but it's not a survey at all, and it's not representative. And I don't know, I wouldn't put too much stock into it. If you want to be scientific, and this is kind of late to be dropping this, but to survey Montpelier residents, what you would do is you'd randomly choose from our addresses and mail out something. And then you'd also, I don't know if you've ever gotten this from the Gallup poll, but they put in like a $1 bill sometimes to get people to respond, but you could like enter the people into like a contest for like a free Wrightsville Reservoir pass or something like that, so then you get some responses. And you probably survey before you start whatever measures you're going to do, like the bridge and whatever you're planning, and then also at the end of it to see if you improved on from where you were. And that's the scientific way to probably pull that off.
That sounds like fun.
Totally legal too. You can randomly select addresses.
It does feel like some of this, like that type of thing, we might want to hire, somebody to do that for us and not expect us or the district to do that. Yeah.
So we've done 2 rounds of draft and revisions. We've gotten feedback on where we're at so far. I'm going to do just a temperature check because it's 8:45. We have planned one more round. We could power through and do that and try and move the needle a little further, and then call it a night for that. We do also have some policy monitoring to do, which I suppose we could table for the next meeting, or we could just do it and get it done with. But I wanted to see where folks are at after the end of this marathon evening, at the end of a full day.
I mean, I know my mind is wandering and I'm on the verge of drooling, but if others are feeling.
But you say you could pull it together.
Yeah, and I'm like an ultra marathon runner, but I can pull it together, but I just want to be cognizant of the quality of our discussion moving forward.
I thought it was interesting too, that at the end of that last one, we were actually talking about paring them down.
Yeah.
That's a different approach than like, what are we missing? We need to expand.
Yeah.
I think it's helpful to have time to think about what we get and then respond to it again at a different time, because we've been working on this a lot, and your brain gets fatigued, and you might do better thinking when you're fresh, rethinking or whatever.
I think we're approaching diminishing returns at this point in the process, and I think it makes sense to pause, not do another round, and kind of take this in. I mean, it's also just feels like it's progress, but it still feels like this needs some substantive work, and I don't know that we're going to get that out of the 3rd round tonight. And it makes sense to me to just move forward to policy monitoring, which probably won't take very long, and be able to check that box and kind of bump this to the next.
Administrative team. Yes,
I appreciate that very much.
And bring back what the team has emphasized as what they deem to be the best indicators for the board.
High priority.
I almost feel a little embarrassed to put this list in front of administrators.
I can see
Ah,
that.
don't worry about it. I put tons of students.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Fly on the wall of that meeting this year.
You really don't.
Know what to do.
I also want to recognize that we do this in a 4-hour retreat. This is not a 4-hour retreat. We've dealt with some really substantial stuff.
Yeah.
And we're tying this in and like, we just keep plugging along, you know?
My basic needs are not being met right now on a human level. And so I'm feeling hungry and tired and hot. And so I would prefer to wrap it up.
Well, then let's wrap it up. And I just want to say, what we're trying to do here is hard in good circumstances. And I just wanted to say appreciation to all of you for really, I have been hearing some very honest and thoughtful conversation happening. And this is like the last, well, 4+ hours, but for sure the last couple of hours have been a real demonstration, I think, of how invested each one of you is in the excellence of our schools. So when you create a structure, like we would not accomplish this without that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's really an honor to work with all of you.
No, thank you. And a big call out to Mia for putting the board structure on this. We've made a ton of progress, and we've really created a great structure for us to do that. And I think, yeah, I mean, we can definitely, I think, run it by even though it's imperfect, I think getting the thoughts of the administrator. I mean, if for no other reason than just, I mean, is our course correction 3 degrees? Is it 30 degrees? Just so we can get some of that feedback.
I appreciate that very much.
And then I think we could even add time to another meeting, like maybe do a 5:30 start or something and get some of this this done. Yeah, no, and huge thank you to me and thank you to everyone, because we've made a ton of progress from where we were when we started, and then obviously the flooding kind of threw our schedule off for the summer and has given us a lot of other things to chew on. So there's a lot of brain space that's been taken up. So why don't we go to policy monitoring and see if we can approve that quickly, and then go home and get some food and sleep. Do you have a motion to approve the 2 policy monitoring reports? We have FM 101 budget policy and B1 substitute teachers. Second? Any discussion?
I have just a quick question about the substitute teachers and training. So did substitute teachers receive any training on like emergency protocol response type stuff, or is it mostly limited to, I think it was Act 1 and kind of? Okay.
They all receive a folder with emergency plans in it.
Okay.
So they receive that upon coming in.
Yeah.
That they're expected to read.
Yeah. Okay.
They do not get active shooter training, which I think is what you're getting at.
Okay.
I just had one comment, which is for both of them. The title is correct and all of the content is correct, except for the opening paragraph says, this is my monitoring report on policy A1, board conflict of interest.
Sorry about
So
that.
just a.
Oh, geez, I didn't
Just
even
typo
know that.
Yeah. So.
Good catch, Mia.
I would just.
The budget one is also.
They're both, at least on the links that I'm thinking. Yeah, they're in the same document, right?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, they're in the same. Got it. So just requesting, that change so that it's all consistent.
Matches.
Yeah, matches. But with that, I would be happy to vote.
So vote with those. I don't think we need a new motion for typos. With those corrections, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And I think motion to adjourn is our final act.
Just based on some feedback we got from a community member who couldn't hear well in the audience. I'd like to recommend that we all get Mission Impossible earpieces. And yeah, so that our voice is projected both to Orca and, because this doesn't really apparently work and it doesn't project into the room.
Right, no, this works for the.
This might work a lot better than, right, Zoom.
Yeah, and we
That's
also
for
like,
Zoom, not for Orca.
yeah, we had the unique
Well,
challenge
that's
and
It's cool.
It's not.
Not for participants sitting there.
motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
I.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.